The Crimea Platform still remains such element despite the full-scale aggression. It will search for new ways and make specific steps.
This year, the activity of the Crimean Platform will be no less significant and representative than last year, when its first summit took place in Kiev. The format will be different, but the importance even greater. The world will step up and strengthen its support towards the liberation of the occupied territories, because this is not only a support to us, but a support to themselves as well. The world must find a mechanism to put this aggressor in place. This Russia's war against Ukraine and against the entire free Europe started with Crimea and must end in Crimea with its liberation.
Пані та панове, модератор заходу, міністр закордонних справ України Дмитро Кулеба.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear members of the Crimea Platform family, dear friends, I would like to welcome all of you at the second summit of the International Crimea Platform, an initiative that we founded a year ago in Kiev to advance the occupation of Crimea on the occasion of its first anniversary. The year that passed since the first summit has completely changed the life of Ukraine and the entire democratic society. Even despite the challenges we face this year, we have a lot to be proud of and a lot to plan for the future. Within the platform, we started working with partners on the appointment of co-leaders on all key tracks, launched the focal points network for constant and rapid communication between the representatives of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs. This network is utilized actively to provide partners with actual information on the situation in Ukraine in the context of the Russian war. We also launched the work of the International Expert Network of the platform. On February 26, 2 days into the large-scale aggression, the Crimea Platform approved the joint statement on the occasion of the Day of Resistance to occupation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. Regrettably, due to security challenges today, we have to gather around the online table. But I am pleased to note that this table is much bigger than last year. Our Crimea Platform turns into a global initiative, and it will continue to expand. And here, with great pleasure and without any further ado, I open today's summit and invite President of Ukraine, His Excellency Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, to take the floor.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants and guests of the Crimean Platform, all those here with us and online, dear citizens of Ukraine from Crimea and in Crimea. I know that you're watching and listening to us today. It's very important for me. It's very important for society. I know that Crimea is with Ukraine, is waiting for us to return. I want you, all of you, to know that we will return, and we shall remedy everything that the invaders did to our peninsula, what was brought to Crimea and the entire Black Sea region, together with Russian weapons, with Russian aggression. That was the catastrophic environmental threats, unprecedented destruction of nature in Crimea, the destruction of social life, economic decline, destruction of monuments, militarism. And when the Russian fleet based in occupied Crimea blocked our ports in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, it triggered a global food crisis, as well as the rights of people, the rights of Crimean population, the population of unitary state, the state of Ukraine. But despite of everything, despite of any threats, Ukraine is strong enough and powerful enough to see a perspective for Ukrainian Crimea. It's an honor for me to announce the start of the second summit of the Crimean Platform. Over the year, we've managed to significantly expand the capabilities of the Crimean Platform. As was just mentioned by the Minister Kuleba, last year we had 46 foreign countries and international organizations. This year we already have something around 60, so I'm very grateful to that. We have 40 presidents and prime ministers, including the leaders of the J7 countries. I'm grateful to all of you for understanding the importance of your actions, of your support to our joint actions, as well as to our joint work. And this year, we also have representatives of two more continents, the Africa and South America, and that demonstrates that there is no limit in the world that the truth about the Russian war against Ukraine would not be able to overcome. Of course, it is clear who are we fighting against. The obvious security risks require the summit to take place in the online format, but the international practice has already proven that such a format can be absolutely effective for politics, diplomacy, and most importantly, for the protection of freedom. And especially now, I want to thank one of the leaders who's with us here today in Kiev, Andrzej Duda, the President of Poland. Thank you, Andrzej. Thank you to you as a friend, to all of Ukrainians, and your presence together with me, together with the people of Ukraine, confirms the extremely close ties and historic understanding between Ukrainians and Poles. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as I address our citizens, I often use this honorific address, like all our fellow defenders, men and women. And in fact, today I'm addressing to you, dear leaders, ministers, and I can use the same words with related meaning, as we're all defenders of the international legal order. This is why we are here today. This is why the Crimean Platform was established and operates over the year. We're restoring the strength of international law, and it is thanks to this, we are returning the Ukrainian flag to the land of Crimea, to our land, and it is thanks to this we will bring freedom to Ukrainian citizens in Crimea, and we shall certainly restore justice to all those who suffered from the repressions and abuses of the Russian occupiers. But to win, we shouldn't forget the path towards the current situation. This degradation of Russia started with the seizure of Crimea. It started with the terror against the Crimean Tatars, the indigenous people of Crimea. It started with the repressions on religious grounds, which became the largest religious persecution in Europe in the 21st century against the Crimean Muslim community. There was also the expulsion from occupied Crimea of all those ordinary people who said that Crimea is Ukraine, who were not afraid to defend Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian freedom in Crimea. Those murders, torture, humiliation, we've seen all of that, the looting, all of that the occupying forces committed and continue to commit in Crimea from the first weeks after its capture, its seizure. And then they brought those crimes to Donbas, to other countries, particularly to Syria, to African countries, where Russian banditry is present under the cover of Russian special services. This mass terror after the 24th of February has become the logical conclusion of the degradation of this state, which not so long ago was invited to sit at the J7 table, but now competes for supremacy with the most brutal regimes of the past, responsible for genocides, war of aggression, and deportation. We are grateful that many people in the world did not remain silent to all this. Many opposed constantly helped us, assisted, fought, but at the same time, many remained silent. That's true. Tried not to notice what was happening in Crimea. And this became one of the major reasons that I think for everything that is happening now in Ukraine and the whole world. It is important to remember that there was resistance on the peninsula. There were, and there are people, we know that, who are not silent, who defend freedom and just normal, ordinary life in Crimea. They are being repressed. But we see them, we know about them, we are grateful to them. Recently, as you know, I've received a letter from one of the Kremlin, from Nariman Jalal, and unfortunately he's now in prison. The occupiers imprisoned him on an absolutely false charges. We know this only for the fact that he's fighting for his own homeland, for the fact that he took part in the first summit of the Crimean Platform last year. So last year he came to Kiev from occupied Crimea to tell the participants of the summit what is really happening on the peninsula and what would be the consequences of all that. Now, 9 days after his return to Crimea, the occupiers have deprived him of his freedom. And he was a person, a free person. Now, that was Russian response. In his letter, Mr. Jalal wrote, "It began with Crimea, it will end with Crimea." And this is really it. And I believe that, like 100%. In order to overcome terror, to return predictability and security to our region, Europe, and the whole world, we need to win. To win the fight against Russian aggression, and therefore we need to free Crimea from occupation. It started in Crimea, and it will end in Crimea, and this will be an effective revival of the international legal order. But this is not just a political and legal task. This is about the specific land, specific people living in Crimea, about cities, culture, about sites, about hopes of specific people, about the fact that someone has invested his whole life in Crimea, and after the arrival of Crimea was forced to either leave it and to seek refuge in other lands, or was forced to fear that he would be taking away of everything, like his house, land, work, or business. So everyone had to force to restrain themselves or risk losing everything. Russia stole a part of life, even from those in Crimea who were lucky enough not to become a victim of repression. It was impossible to imagine, but the occupation turned the Crimea, and that was a paradise for all of us. It turned this paradise into the depressed and dependent region, this region of high fences, barbed wire, and utter lawlessness, to the zone of environmental disaster and a military platform for aggression and the spirit of grief. Since February 24th, from the occupied Crimea, they've launched 750 different cruise missiles hitting our cities. Just imagine, 750 missiles over half a year. They've destroyed hundreds of civilian facilities like schools, universities, ordinary residential buildings, hospitals, and therefore Ukraine's restoration of control over Crimea will be a historic anti-war step in Europe. This will restore security and provide justice, reintegrate Crimea into the modern world, and it will allow every one of us, the participants of the Crimean Platform, to tell our children, our relatives, that they can be proud of us as peacemakers. And I want to emphasize for Ukraine, Crimea is not just some territory, not a figure in the geopolitical game, as in case of the terrorist state. For Ukraine, Crimea is a part of our people, our society, like a community of people to whom we guarantee freedom and restore modern existence. Crimea was and is Ukrainian, and after deoccupation, along with our entire state, it will become part of the European Union, and I'm sure about this. The passport of a citizen of Ukraine will also be the passport of the European Union. These are colossal opportunities for all of our people living in Crimea. The roads of Crimea will be the roads of the entire European continent. The ports of Crimea will be the ports of all Europe. Only Ukraine can connect Simferopol with normal water supply, normal potable water, normal garbage disposal, effective rules of handling waste and sewage. Only Ukraine can build a modern irrigation system in Crimea and integrate Crimean agricultural production and the entire business sector with this enormous European market. Only our state can provide Crimea with a modern and affordable medical system, a modern and affordable educational system, a sophisticated digital system of public services. Ukraine will remove the barbed wire that blocks the way for ordinary people to the best spots and places of Crimea. These illegal fences that have torn out these beautiful coastline of our beautiful Crimea, free access to beaches, the real protection of natural reserves, historical objects. Only Ukraine can provide this, and not someone who came to capture, to steal, and to humiliate people. It is Ukraine that would be able to restore the system of sanatorium and rehabilitation centers, professional institutions that would be able to host hundreds of thousands of people annually, millions of tourists, children and adults, civilians and veterans, our citizens and foreigners, everyone who could be helped with this precious nature of Crimea, and millions of tourists, at least of middle class, that can come to Crimea only thanks to Ukraine. There was never a repression during the Ukrainians' control of Crimea. There was never a lack of freedom or moral suffocation in Crimea, which Russia brought in 2014. And even more so, Ukraine will never ignore the social needs of pensioners or anyone else in Crimea. Ukraine will never tell people there is no money, but you just have to hold on. I think everyone remembers those words, because we respect people, and even this year, despite this bloody war, we have performed the indexation of the pensions for all of our pensioners. Ladies and gentlemen, I think my words let you feel that we have a very comprehensive views to how to restore our Ukrainian Crimea after the expulsion of Russian invaders. And that is why we are adding 2 more directions to the work of the Crimean Platform: economic and legislative directions. We have a strategy for the renovation of Crimea, and today it will be represented in the frames of the economic panel. And we are establishing legislative foundation for Crimea after deoccupation, as well as for all those for whom Crimea is much more than home. We've adopted the law on indigenous people, which protects the rights of the Crimean Tatar people and Majlis, Karits, and Krimchuks. We are developing the Crimean Tatar language. We've adopted the law on the protection of political prisoners, all those who suffered from repressions of the occupiers. And we're not going to stop there. There's more work to be done this year. The Crimean Platform will be continued in autumn in Croatia with a parliamentary summit. It's not going to be in the online format. There will be parliamentary delegations from the whole world. We shall use the power of democracies to protect our state and the international legal order. And returning to the letter of the imprisoned Nariman Jalal, I want to read several additional of his quotes. Thanks to the change in the agenda on the international arena in Europe and in Ukraine itself, because of the aggression of Russian Federation, the members of the Crimean Platform are more determined and focused on the implementation of specific actions. Now, the persons whom the occupiers were sent to prison only because he was defending the truce and participated in last year's Crimean Platform hopes for specific actions from all of us, the participants of this summit. And all of us, we must not betray his hope. We have to be effective and strong. Thank you. I'm grateful for everyone for participating in this second summit, to all those present in this platform. Glory to Ukraine.
Дякую, пане президенте.
Thank you, Mr.
Now I
President.
open the floor to our distinguished guests. I would like to appeal to everyone to respect the 3-minute time limit. If you could deliver your remarks in shorter time, it will be much appreciated, without any losses to the content of your statements, indeed. And now it's my particular pleasure to give the floor to the special guest of Ukraine today, His Excellency President of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Andrzej Duda. Mr. President, please.
Thank you very much. Panie prezydenте, Володимире, дорогий друже, пані та панове, кийметлі Крим сакинлері, кийметлі Крим достларimiz. Крим бу Україна. Крим – це Україна. Так як Гданськ чи Люблін є частиною Польщі, так Крим був, є і буде частиною України. Panie i panowie, prezydenci, premierzy, ministrowie, przedstawiciele państw i narodów. Zacząłem od rzeczy oczywistej, bo mam wrażenie, że w ostatnich latach była właśnie ona zbyt mało oczywista. Pamiętam i to, że to był czas, w którym nas, prezydentów i premierów, było tutaj raptem kilka, może kilkanaście osób. Panowało wówczas zupełnie inne myślenie w Europie. Tak jak gdyby Krym po prostu przepadł i że choć my, Zachód, nigdy tego nie uznamy, to musimy się z tym pogodzić, że Krym jest pod rosyjską okupacją, dla niektórych wręcz, że Krym staje się Rosją. A ja jeszcze raz powtarzam. Krym był i jest taką samą częścią Ukrainy, jak Gdańsk albo Lublin są częściami Polski, jak Nicea jest częścią Francji, jak Kolonia jest częścią Niemiec, tak jak Rotterdam jest częścią Holandii. Myślę, że wielu z nas musi zrobić pewien rachunek sumienia za to, co stało się w ciągu ostatniego roku.
Was the de facto agreement to the occupation of Crimea not a false message sent by many countries towards Russia, that the appeasement policy could be applied and that such policy would somehow soften the policy of the occupier, that one could conduct business as usual? And let me remind you that Nord Stream 2 was built already after the illegal annexation of Crimea. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is no return to business as usual in relations with Russia. There is no return to business as usual in relations with Russia, for sure. In the time when Russia is conducting a war against Ukraine, which it attacked, when Russia is occupying the legally and internationally recognized lands of Ukraine. And the true moment of change in the policy of the West will be not only stopping Nord Stream 2, but also its dismantling, getting rid, liquidation of this gas pipeline. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that today, after Mariupol, Bucha, after bombs dropping on Kiev and Kharkiv, after missiles reaching Lviv, after Irpin and Borodyanka, after crimes, after the war of Russia against Ukraine, through the destruction and degradation of Ukraine, we all have to be clear and say Russia has the duty not only to go back to the line from the 23rd of February, it also has to take into account the right of Ukraine to liberate all of its internationally recognized territory, including Crimea. Let me share a personal reflection with you. I have never visited Crimea myself, although I always wanted to feel its exceptional magic, the magic of that place, so beautifully described by the poet Adam Mickiewicz, a common poet of Poland and Lithuania. I believed that Crimea was so close from Poland, and I believe that I always have the time to reach it. And as long as after 2014, I could just for a while think that I missed the moment, then in 2022, I believe that I will see Crimea, the Ukrainian Crimea. I believe, Volodymyr, that you will show Crimea to me. I will be there. However, today we are facing up to the Russian invasion. Ukrainian men and women are protecting Europe with arms in their hands against tyranny and totalitarianism. They are paying the highest price for Warsaw, for Prague, for Berlin, for Paris, for London. In this war, Poland is your background, Ukraine. Poland is your ally. Poland is your home. Brothers for all children and all families who will seek refuge in Poland. All those who will feel such a need will find home in Poland, and there is no dispute about this in Poland. If any of my predecessors and successors of the President of the Republic of Poland was sitting in my place, he would say exactly the same thing. As long as you need us, we are there and we will stay at your side.
Szanowny panie prezydencie, mій друже Володимире, дорогі українські браття, ще не вимерла Україна, jeszcze Polska nie zginęła.
Poland has not yet perished.
And Volodymyr, dear friends, Ukrainian.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And now, with great pleasure, I invite Prime Minister of Canada, His Excellency Mr. Justin Trudeau, to take the floor.
Friends, President Zelensky, Volodymyr, Mustafa Aga, leader of the Crimean Tatar people, partners, allies. I'm joining you today from Toronto with the German Chancellor, my friend Olaf Scholz. Last year, when Canada participated in the first Crimea Platform summit, no one yet knew that Vladimir Putin would launch a full-scale, unprovoked invasion of the rest of Ukraine. Today, on the eve of Ukraine's Independence Day, we're here to reaffirm our steadfast support for the full restoration of your independence, territorial integrity, and sovereignty. We're here to remind the world that within Ukraine's internationally recognized borders, there is Crimea. Crimea is a part of Ukraine, not a part of Russia. In fact, we can't forget that Putin's invasion of Ukraine really started in 2014 with the attempted annexation and illegal occupation of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. The Ukrainian people have the right to defend themselves, including in Crimea. So Canada will continue to be there to support you, and we know that our allies, like Germany, will continue to do the same. Le Canada va toujours être là pour soutenir la démocratie et le respect du système international fondé sur des règles. Quand la Russie a envahi la Crimée,
based on the rules, when Russia invaded Ukraine, they attacked the basic principles and rights. This is unacceptable. Back in May, I was in Ukraine, and I saw all the brutality of war waged by Vladimir Putin.
Since 2014, Canada, with our partners, has imposed hard-hitting sanctions against over 1,750 individuals and entities from Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. And today we're announcing new sanctions on 62 additional individuals and one defense sector entity that is complicit in Russia's war in Ukraine. We should all be deeply concerned about the consequences of Russia's war, both in Ukraine and around the world. This includes inflation, as well as economic, energy, and food insecurity. Through the IMF, we recently provide $450 million in loans to Ukraine to support the purchase of necessary heating fuel before winter. We've now disbursed the complete $1.95 billion in loans committed this year. For food security, Canada proposed an initiative with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and we're investing $52 million to help address grain storage shortages in Ukraine. I want to repeat yet again that there are no sanctions on food. When the Russian regime blames sanctions for the food crisis around the world, they're engaging in disinformation. We need to continue fighting Russian disinformation, That's why Canada will create a dedicated team to help increase our capacity to monitor and detect Russian and other state-sponsored disinformation. With this initiative, we will enable deeper international collaboration, including through the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism. Canada will also provide additional support to Ukraine's security sector institutions through two different projects. The first will support the National Police of Ukraine and Ukraine's state emergency services, including with the provision of essential equipment and supplies. And the second is focused on providing technical advice and support to Ukraine's Ministry of Defense. On ne doit pas s'habituer à cette guerre de la Russie et à ses horreurs. On doit continuer d'être là pour nos amis ukrainiens. Merci de m'avoir donné l'occasion de parler aujourd'hui et merci à tous les participants de continuer à faire leur part. We all remain steadfast.
Thank you for participation in this and the opportunity to participate in this meeting. Я хочу передати слово Олафу Шольцу.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and naturally, the floor now goes to the Federal Chancellor of Germany, Olaf Scholz. Sir, please.
President Zelensky, Justin, dear colleagues and friends of Ukraine, thank you very much for the invitation to this year's Crimea Platform Summit. 8 years after Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea and 6 months after the beginning of Russia's latest blatant war of aggression, it is more than timely to come together with partners in this important forum. Today, on the day we commemorate the victims of Stalinism and fascism, we make once again clear that the international community will never accept Russia's illegal imperialist annexation of Ukraine territory. Russian unprovoked and unjustified war of aggression against Ukraine has been met with a courageous defense by the Ukrainian people. To them, I pay my utmost respect. Their resolve and bravery are admired all over the world. They reject a world where might makes right, where great powers can just swallow up smaller states if they like. This summit demonstrates that today, Ukraine's partners are more united than ever. I can assure you, today as in Elmau, when I met with my fellow leaders of the G7, Germany stands firmly by the side of Ukraine for as long as Ukraine needs our support. We will uphold our unprecedented sanctions together with partners. We will support Ukraine financially. We will continue to supply weapons. We have put on track a new package, including another modern air defense systems, rocket launchers, and tons of ammunition, anti-drone devices, and armed recovery vehicles. Our hospitals will continue to treat wounded Ukrainians. Our borders, our schools, and our labor market will remain open to all who must flee Russia's terror. What is equally important, together with our partners and allies, we have intensified our outreach to third countries to further strengthen the international support of Ukraine. Under the German G7 presidency, Argentina, Senegal, South Africa, India, and Indonesia were invited to the Elmau summit as partner countries and were closely involved in our discussions on the repercussions of the Russian war of aggression. Be it via G7, the EU, the United Nations, or the Crimea Platform, we will continue our international outreach and underline the global dimension of this conflict. We condemn Russia's attempts to forcefully integrate parts of Ukrainian territory. Our message is clear. Any sham referenda or other attempts to alter the status of parts of Ukraine territory will never be recognized, and that such steps preclude any negotiation approaches. It is Russia, with its war of aggression, that is responsible for worsening food security, with grave implications for people worldwide. As a reaction to this crisis, at this year's summit in Elmau, the G7 provided an additional $4.5 billion support for global food security. We welcome the recent United Nations agreement on grain exports via maritime safe corridors. As European Union, we have facilitated grain exports via land and rivers, thus exporting over 8 million tons of Ukrainian grain between April and early August through our solidarity lanes. We also see that storage capacities in Ukraine are still under pressure. To address this, Canada, Germany, and Japan are financing with over $60 million a new program of the Food and Agricultural Organization. This program will, in coordination with the Ukrainian government, support small and medium-sized farms with temporary and fixed storage solutions for grain and oil seeds. In addition, the international community also has to engage actively in the long-term reconstruction of Ukraine. Bearing in mind the size of the challenge, we need to accelerate the work that we started in Lugano. In support of this process, in my capacity as president of the G7 and together with the European Commission, I will host an international high-level expert conference for reconstruction in Berlin in October. We want to bring in international expertise as early as possible and take forward the proposals that are already on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm certain Ukraine will overcome the dark shadow of war because it is strong, brave, and united in its fight for independence and sovereignty, and because it has friends in Europe and all over the world. I wish my Ukrainian colleagues and friends a safe celebration of their National Independence Day tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. And the next speaker is the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, His Excellency, Mr. Boris Johnson.
I want to congratulate President Volodymyr Zelensky particularly for bringing us together and for focusing our attention on Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea, because that land grab in 2014 was the direct precursor of today's war. And we should have the humility to acknowledge that not everybody realized the sheer enormity of what was happening at the time. All of our countries, however, reacted with strength and unity after Putin escalated his onslaught against Ukraine on the 24th of February this year. But the first act of this tragedy happened exactly 8 years earlier, almost to the day, when Russian forces began fanning out across Crimea and taking control of a peninsula which constitutes 10,000 square miles of sovereign Ukrainian territory. At a stroke, Putin forcibly annexed the territory of a European country and forcibly redrew a European frontier for the first time since 1945. He ignored the fact that Russia itself had repeatedly recognized Crimea as being part of Ukraine. And he broke so many international agreements that I can't list them all, but they include Article 2 of the United Nations Charter, the Helsinki Final Act, and the Russia-Ukraine Treaty of Friendship. And ever since the annexation, the people of Crimea have endured a brutal and systematic campaign of human rights abuses by the Russian authorities, including the persecution of the Tatars, arbitrary arrests with a tenfold increase in detentions last year, and the restriction of land ownership to Russian citizens. Once he grabbed Crimea, Putin deployed more and more Russian forces in the peninsula, turning the territory into an armed camp from which to threaten the rest of Ukraine. And so Crimea duly became the launch pad for the invasion on the 24th of February, or one of the launch pads. And I'm afraid that all this has even greater salience today, because Putin is planning to do to other parts of Ukraine, indeed all of Ukraine, what he has done to Crimea. And he is preparing more annexations and more sham referendums. So it has never been more important for us all to stand together in defense of the foundational principle of international law, which is that no territory, no country can acquire territory or change borders by force of arms. And so it follows that we will never recognize Russia's annexation of Crimea or any other Ukrainian territory. In the face of Putin's assault, we must continue to give our Ukrainian friends all the military, humanitarian, economic, and diplomatic support that they need, until Russia ends this hideous war and withdraws its forces from the entirety of Ukraine. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Our next speaker is His Excellency, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, President of France.
Monsieur le Président de l'Ukraine, cher Volodymyr, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement,
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, dear heads of states and governments, ministers, ambassadors, dear friends, it's been 8 years since the Russian illegal annexation of the part of Ukraine, more specifically the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sebastopol. And thus it has violated the fundamental norms of the international law. France defends the norms that guarantee the international security. This is why France has always supported the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and will continue to do so. The occupation of Crimea by Russia is a clear deterioration of the situation with the human rights on the territory of the Crimea. And we've seen this and we've mentioned this during the General Assembly of the UN. And local population suffers because of that. I would like to remind Russia of its commitment on compliance with the norms of international law. A year ago, we've already met to condemn the annexation of the Crimean Peninsula. Unfortunately, Ukraine has selected the path of diplomacy, while Russia has selected the path of war. And once again, it has violated the fundamentals of the international law and starting its full-scale aggression on the 24th of February. France and the European Union, as well as other allies to Ukraine, shall support your struggle, your defense, because this is a justice struggle for your sovereignty, for your territorial integrity, and our decisiveness was not changed. We are ready to continue with our efforts on the long-term perspective. The international community condemned this aggression, and I would like to say on behalf of all of our European friends, the friends from Africa, from Asia, from Latin America. What is happening now in Ukraine is not only about the Ukrainian people. Of course, primarily this is the fight of Ukrainian people for its independence and freedom, but it's all about all of us, because we feel the consequences of this war, and it has to do with all of the other countries. It destabilizes the international norms and rules. There's humanitarian consequences, the consequences in terms of energy and food supplies. All of these is the consequence of the choice made of Russia, that is to attack Ukraine on the 24th of February. The war started by Russia is the war against the very principles of the international law that regulates our relationship. Many countries that have gathered today, that struggled for its own freedom, decolonization, they're here with us today because they have protected their own rights. for self-determination. What is happening today is not only a war on the territory of Europe, it's all about the universal principles. There is our ability to live in peace and friendship with respect to sovereignty, territorial integrity, which are the fundamental and major values and the principles of the international order, which serve as the preconditions for guaranteeing the peace. Russia has made choice, despite its commitments that they've taken 30 years ago. Russia has made his choice to step away from those principles, and we believe this is a weakness. It's all about the freedom of all us and the peace in all parts of the world. This is why I would like to call upon Russia to cease the military actions and to withdraw its forces from the territory of Ukraine, and to use all forms of diplomacy in order to protect Ukraine, its territory, and its future. Recently, we've seen that the war is also about the Crimea, just as the rest of the Ukrainian territory of the past 6 months. And today, we've seen a lot of victims and casualties among the Ukrainian population, and I would like to express words of condolences to the families of the victims of this aggression. Mr. President Volodymyr, allow me once again to reaffirm my respect, the respect of the people of France with the struggle, with the defense waged by the people of Ukraine every day. This is the fight for your sovereignty, your future, your children, and this is the fight for our universal principles. This is what I wanted to say today in my statement through video conference. Today, the future of Ukraine is being decided, and we shall stay together with you today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. But I wanted to say that this is also a fight for the principles of international law that has to do
Thank you,
with
Mr. President.
the case of all of us.
And our next speaker is His Excellency Mario Draghi, Prime Minister of Italy.
Dear President Zelensky, dear colleagues, on the second anniversary of the International Crimea Platform, I wish to express Italy's unwavering support for this initiative and for Ukraine. Russia's occupation of the Crimean Peninsula in March 2014 was an unacceptable act of aggression, a clear violation of international law. Italy has constantly condemned Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea and Moscow's gradual militarization of the peninsula. We are deeply concerned for the worsening situation of human rights in the peninsula, and we stand with the Crimean Tatar community against the violence and injustice it suffers from. The fight for Crimea is part of the struggle to liberate Ukraine. Last February, Russian forces used Crimea as a launch pad for their attack on the regions of southern Ukraine, including Kherson. They continue to use Crimea to put military pressure on other areas, notably the port cities of Mykolaiv and Odessa. As Russia attempts to subjugate more parts of Ukrainian territory, the international community cannot look away. Russia must stop its illegal occupation, its brutal targeting of unnamed civilians. Italy will continue to support Ukraine. We are with you in your fight to resist Russia's invasion, restore Ukraine's territorial integrity, protect your democracy and independence. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Our next speaker comes from Asia, and it will be the distinguished Prime Minister of Japan, Kishida Fumio. For some technical reasons, we will return to His Excellency Prime Minister of Japan in a couple of minutes, and I will now give the floor to President of the European Council, His Excellency Mr. Charles Michel. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. Dear President Zelensky, dear friends, Excellencies, Crimea is Ukraine, and I start with the same and clear message I had the occasion to convey last year when I had the occasion to take part in the first Crimea Platform in Kiev that you initiated, dear Vladimir. The European Union does not and will not recognize the illegal annexation of Crimea and Sevastopol. Russia's aggression against Ukraine did not start on February 24th. It started in 2014 with the illegal annexation of Crimea. And this was the beginning of Russia's aggressive and unlawful acts against your country and against your people. This war has caused unspeakable suffering for millions of Ukrainian families. And since February, Russia has used Crimea as a strategic springboard to invade other parts of Ukraine from the south and to attack Ukraine with indiscriminate missile strikes. Russia is also using Crimea as a transit point to deport Ukrainian citizens through infamous filtration camps and where acts of torture and abuse have been reported. Crimea has become a transportation hub for grain stolen from other parts of Ukraine, and Russia's military presence in Crimea has enforced his blockade of Ukrainian Black Sea ports, and we have seen the brutal consequences: damage to the Ukrainian economy and a global food security crisis, especially in vulnerable countries. Let's be clear, this is a deliberate and cynical choice by the Kremlin, a deliberate decision to weaponize hunger and to try to weaken international support for Ukraine. And that's why we welcome the recent grain deal signed in Istanbul and the departure of the first commercial ship. We commend the UN Secretary General's action to make this deal a reality. We will remain extremely vigilant to make sure Russia implements this deal fully and in good faith. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we also want to express our grave concerns about the repeated shelling at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. Russia's actions are risking a nuclear disaster, and this is a moment for caution and restraint. We fully support the efforts made by Secretary General Guterres and the United Nations. Russia must immediately give access to UN experts, and we also support establishing a demilitarized zone around the nuclear power plants. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, dear Vladimir, dear friends, the European Union has been rock solid in our support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity since 2014, and our support for your country is unprecedented. We have repeatedly condemned this war in the strongest possible terms. We have called out Russia's atrocities against Ukrainian civilians, and we've demanded that Russia fully respect international humanitarian law. We are also actively supporting the ICC investigation into war crimes, and we have also adopted the most hard-hitting sanctions ever against Russia. We have also bolstered our already substantial support to Ukraine with humanitarian aid, with microfinancial assistance, with support for refugees, and with unprecedented military support. We are also committed to Ukraine's bright and prosperous future, and we are ready to play a major role in international efforts for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Dear President Zelensky, since March, the European Council has clearly stated that Ukraine belongs to our European family, and in June, we formally granted candidate status. Dear Ukrainian friends and brothers, let me repeat one more time, loud and clear. Your future lies within the European Union, and your bravery is an example for all of us. And dear Andrzej Duda, I have the same dream, I hope. I have also the occasion to pay visits with you, Vladimir, to Crimea. The EU is right by your side in these dramatic times, and we will stay there for as long as it takes. I call on all countries around the world to clearly condemn Russia's illegal actions. Ukraine's full territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders must be restored. Crimea is Ukraine. Ukraine is Ukraine. You can count on us. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Героям слава, Mr. President. And the next speaker on my list is Her Excellency President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. Madam President, the floor is yours.
President Zelensky, dear Volodymyr, President Duda, distinguished guests. In February and March of 2014, Russia carried out its annexation of the Crimean Peninsula through brutal force. This brazen violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity and international law marked the beginning of Putin's deplorable attempt to deny Ukraine its freedom. It was a direct response to Ukraine's revolution of dignity, in which brave Ukrainian citizens demanded justice, democracy, and the right to choose their own future in Europe. Crimea has since then been used not only as a Russian military base, but also as a testing ground for the brutal methods Russia is now applying across the other occupied parts of Ukraine. You know that the European Union is Ukraine's closest friend and a staunch defender of international law. We will never recognize the illegal annexation of Crimea and Sevastopol by the Russian Federation. We are deeply concerned about the human rights violations in the Crimean Peninsula, the disappearances, the torture, the killings, the persecution of Crimean Tatars, the intimidation and incarceration of journalists, lawyers, and human rights defenders. This is the dark reality of Putin's occupation. The European Union will tirelessly work with the Ukrainian authorities and our partners to expose these violations, to hold those responsible accountable, and to support the victims. We are with you. We have been with you in this existential fight from the beginning. Since Russia's full-blown assault in February, we have massively stepped up our economic, humanitarian, and military support. We have welcomed over 7.5 million Ukrainian refugees into our homes. Our sanctions are critically undermining Putin's war machine and the Russian economy. EU solidarity lanes helped export over 10 million tons of Ukrainian grain. And we will continue to help you get the grain out that has been stuck in Ukrainian ports due to Russia's cynical blockade. The European Union will continue to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Putin wanted to thwart Ukraine's independence and break your belief in a better future. The opposite has happened. Not only is Ukraine celebrating its 31st year of independence tomorrow, but you have also become a candidate to join the European Union. Our people have never been closer, and our commitment to a free and democratic Ukraine has never been stronger. Slava Ukraine.
Thank you, Madam President. As President Zelensky mentioned in his remarks, we will become members of the European Union together with Crimea, and Crimeans will be part of Europe as citizens of Ukraine. We have fixed technical problems which allows us to go back to Asia and to listen to the remarks of His Excellency Prime Minister of Japan, Kishida Fumio. Please.
日本国総理大臣の岸田文雄です。ウクライナが大きな困難に直面する中で、今回の首脳会合を主催されるゼレンスキー大統領のリーダーシップに最大限の敬意を表するとともに、ウクライナ政府、ウクライナ国民の皆様との連帯を改めて強調したいと思います。ロシアによるウクライナ侵略は、欧州のみならずアジアを含む国際秩序の根幹を揺るがす暴挙です。日本はクリミアを含めたウクライナの主権及び領土一体性を一貫して支持し、一方的な現状変更の試みには断じて反対します。特に広島出身の総理大臣として核兵器の使用、威嚇も決して許しません。日本は強力な対ロ制裁を講じるとともに、人道支援、財政支援、装備品等の提供、物資輸送支援等のウクライナ支援を実施してきました。今後も先般の G7 エルマウサミットにおいて発表したウクライナの穀物貯蔵能力強化に向けた支援、国際的な食糧危機への対応のための追加支援を含め、総額約11億ドルの支援を実施していきます。ロシアによるウクライナ侵略が長期化する中、国際社会が結束して対応することが重要です。アジア唯一のG7 メンバーとして私自らこれまでにインドや東南アジア諸国をはじめとする各地域の首脳との間で対話を重ね、国際社会の原則を守ることの重要性で一致してきました。今週末の日本がチュニジアで開催する TICAD8 の機会を捉えたアフリカ諸国への働きかけなど、これからも我が国独自の取り組みを全力で進めていきます。日本は来年 G7 の議長国を務めますが、ウクライナにおける一刻も早い平和の回復及び復興の実現に向け、国際社会と緊密に連携しつつ、また日本の経験を生かし、最大限の努力、積極的な貢献を続けていきます。
Thank you, Prime Minister. And we will now go to the entire Euro-Atlantic space. And I cordially invite His Excellency, Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, to take the floor.
Thank you so much, President Zelensky, President Duda, friends of Ukraine. 8 years ago, Russia illegally annexed Crimea, transforming it into one of the most militarized areas in Europe, and using it as a launchpad for a full-scale invasion of Ukraine 6 months ago. President Putin thought he could crush the Ukrainian people and armed forces. He thought he could divide our democratic nations, and he thought he could dictate what others do. President Putin was wrong. The presence of so many friends of Ukraine here today proves this. Ukraine has suffered 6 terrible months of war, but you have also shown your incredible ability to resist brutal aggression, to strike back, retake territory, and impose major costs on Russia. NATO stands in full solidarity with Ukraine. Allies fully support Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, your right to self-defense and to choose your own path. President Putin started this unjustified war. He must stop this war and withdraw his forces from Ukraine. NATO has stood with Ukraine since your independence. We significantly stepped up our support after illegal annexation of Crimea. When Russia invaded again, this helped make the Ukrainian armed forces stronger, better trained, and better led than in 2014. And since February, NATO allies have provided unprecedented military, financial, and humanitarian aid. NATO is part of the US-led Ukraine Defense Contact Group to mobilize support. And I actively engage with leaders to urge them to provide more weapons and more ammunition more quickly. At our Madrid NATO summit in June, we agreed a strengthened package of assistance, including fuel, food, medical supplies, protective military gear, and secure communications, as well as equipment to counter mines, drones, chemical and biological threats. And we have over a dozen new projects in preparation for the winter. At the same time, we have strengthened our presence in the east of the alliance, because NATO's security guarantees leave no room for miscalculation in Moscow, and they enable allies to support Ukraine's right to self-defense. We are committed to our partnership with Ukraine for long term. We will help Ukraine transition from Soviet era to NATO standard equipment, continue your defense and security sector reform, and help you on the path of post-war reconstruction. Winter is coming, and it will be hard. And what we see now is a grinding war of attrition. This is a battle of wills and a battle of logistics. Therefore, we must sustain our support for Ukraine for the long term, so that Ukraine prevails as a sovereign, independent nation. A strong, stable, and independent Ukraine is essential to Euro-Atlantic security. NATO has stood with Ukraine throughout 3 decades of independence. We stand with Ukraine now. We will continue to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes.
Thank you, Secretary General. Now, I would like to take you back to the last year when Nariman Jilal, first Deputy Chairman of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people, took part in the summit, in the first inaugural summit of the Crimea Platform. And as President Zelensky mentioned in his introductory remarks, upon returning to Crimea, Mr. Jilal had been taken by the Russian security forces. His only connection with the world from a dark prison is letters. And I invite you to watch a short video with the involvement of his wife, Levisa Jalalova.
Как ты, родная? Мне не спится. Сейчас ночь с субботы на воскресенье.
This is night from Saturday to Sunday. I have slept during the day and now I cannot sleep. I think about you, about our children. I envy you so much. I know it's not easy for you, but you are next to them, to our little ones. It's difficult to think that they're growing up without me, especially Niall. She just starting to walk, talk, and do something new and funny. I'm afraid that you will have to get to know me once again. I have one day like another. Time is very slow. Just 1 month has passed, another month. I feel depressed, but I try to fend depression off. Not today, though. I just need to share this with you. There's nobody else to share it with. I'm still confident in you and your strength. Do not be afraid to be weak. And we have to live, we have to host guests, invite friends. Just remember that you are the most loved and one for me and my closest friend. No one is dearer to me than you and our children. So do everything to make your life full. That will make me stronger and more confident, and I'll fight here. This is the shortest word to you. No agreements can make this. Can they be trusted? We have to fight. That's the only way. To fight is the shortest way to victory.
It will not be an exaggeration to say that the remarks by Nariman at the last summit of the Crimea Platform were very moving. But these words that we just heard, they are deeply touching and deeply motivational. They motivate all of us to fight for his freedom, but also for the freedom of the entire peninsula. And of course, after listening to the words of a brave man, Nariman Jalal, I would like to give the floor to another brave man, leader of the Crimean Tatar people, Mr. Mustafa Džemilev. Mustafa, слово надається вам.
Saygılı Ukrayna Cumhur Reisi, Kırım Platforması'nın bizim vatanımızı kurtarmak için kurulan Kırım Platforması'na katılan
all the participants who joined the Crimean Platform for liberation of the Crimea, leaders of states, heads of states, leaders of governments and parliaments. Thank you very much indeed, all of you who joined this platform for liberation of the Crimea. This year, all the countries and the international organizations participating in this platform, this year's platform, have in greater number. Under the occupation regime, this event brings hope to many people. A year ago exactly, to provide for the rule of law and full restoration of territorial integrity of Ukraine in order to strengthen peaceful diplomatic and sanction techniques to restore our territorial integrity, we adopted a resolution. Occupation of the territory of other countries is not just a blunt violation of the international law, but this brings threats to all the world's order and brings about great damage for the occupying power. We haven't seen from the side of Russia any logical steps for the occupation of the Crimea yet. We have expected the Kremlin to make some logical steps, but our calculation was wrong. And that department, Russia, didn't start any talks on the occupation 6 months ago, it ventured to get engaged in the full-scale aggression against Ukraine. As our president said back in 2014, the Crimean Peninsula, which was then annexed, thousands of the military from the Crimean Peninsula bombarded the Ukrainian villages and towns and cities. The Russian troops entered the Crimea. They proclaimed their rules. They waved their flags and declared it their territory. Like in the 2014, they have the sham referendum incorporating or trying to incorporate new lands. At the same time, the Crimea became hub for the people protesting against the war in the Borut and Kherson region, protesting against the war to be brought to, and they torture people, make them admit to the crimes they never committed. Like in the first years after the occupation of the Crimea, again, they practice kidnapping and in the peninsula. People living in the occupied territories are also hostages for the Russians. The people living there are forced to join the armed forces of the occupier, and they are doomed to death or killing their own compatriots. As we know, after the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine in February-March this year, they had several rounds of the Russian-Ukrainian talks, for instance, for ceasefire. The Russian party expressed certain conditionalities for the ceasefire, and those conditions were totally unacceptable. Among them, there was recognition of Ukraine of the Crimea as legitimate Russian territory. And that was the reason for our resentment, because they would not explain any logic behind it or any grounds, legally and otherwise. They just use the state of play as the legitimate state. They let you know that if we do not accept their ultimatum and their arrogant demands, they just will continue taking people hostages, capturing new territories, killing people, bombarding the communities. We have this impression that this is not the 21st century. We are in the middle, back to the Middle Ages. As of lately, as we all know, many opinions were published on the part of the world leaders and different activists as to how we could reach peaceful agreements. Some of them really astonished us, and we cannot accept them under any circumstances. For example, in opinion of the U.S. political actor who wants to participate in the presidential race of 2024, and some European officials, Putin should be given the Crimea as a present so that Putin does not lose his face in this war and has some exit strategy. Our people and all the our people, the Crimean Tatars and all Ukrainians, think that this is a sacrifice of the indigenous people of the Crimea for the sake of Putin. This is defying the international law and appeasing the well-armed thug. But we believe that such position will never prevail in the civilized world. Our communities are predominantly being shot and sheltered from the military bases and the territory of Crimea, from the waters of the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. Many civilians are killed. The critical infrastructure facilities are being ruined continuously, but now we cannot respond to those hubs in the enemy's territory because we have no technical facilities for that, no capabilities, no air defense or missiles with sufficient range. Naturally, the aggressor will be defeated someday. All the occupied territories will be liberated by all means. And not just in Ukraine, but I'm sure that all this Putinism will be erased from the face of earth. It brought so much sorrow and grief to the people, not just in Ukraine, but other parts of the world. But if the world fails to provide Ukraine with the necessaries, material and technically, the war can become a prolonged one with the further devastation, killing and grief for the people. Using this opportunity, under such difficult circumstances, in these hard days and hard times, I would like to express appreciation to all the countries, all the nations providing the multilateral support to Ukraine. The years will pass, but Ukraine will never forget about this assistance. I hope that such support aimed at the occupation of the Crimea and restoration of the territorial aggression, the assistance will never be relaxed till that point. Thank you very much for your attention.
And now I would like to welcome His Excellency Mr. Borut Pahor, President of the Republic of Slovenia.
Dear Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues and friends, a year ago, I participated at the launch of the Crimea Platform. Today, I want to reaffirm the strongest support of Republic of Slovenia for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. After occupying Crimea in 2014, Russia has, 6 months ago, invaded Ukraine. We strongly condemn this unprovoked, unjustifiable attack and its war of aggression against Ukraine. We call on Russia to immediately and unconditionally withdraw its forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Russian war against Ukraine is a serious breach of international law. I wish to use this opportunity to commend the bravery and resolve of the Ukrainian people and of the country's leadership. You are fighting for universal values, freedom, independence, and democracy. We are appalled by the repeated attacks of the Russia's armed forces on the civilian population. All war crimes must be duly investigated and perpetrators brought to justice. The war in Ukraine has severe economic and humanitarian consequences on wider community, and I warmly welcome all the efforts to alleviate food prices. We need to be aware that the war in Ukraine has spillover effect on the security in Europe, in particular in Western Balkans. In the EU, we have a wonderful tool on disposal to strengthen our security. This is the enlargement process. I welcome the recent decision of the European Council to grant candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova. I wish the same for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I see the International Crimea Platform as an important contribution towards the full restoration of Ukrainian territorial integrity with its internationally recognized borders. Our common goal is to restore peace and stability in Ukraine. And let me reassure that Slovenia will continue providing political and economic support, as well as humanitarian aid and any other assistance to Ukraine that you maybe would need. We are with you. Thank you, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the next speaker on my list is the President of the Republic of Estonia, His Excellency, Mr. Alar Karis.
Dear Ukrainian friends, I would like to start by expressing my endless admirations for your courage. Your spirit is strong, and your will to defend freedom and independence and to fight against this aggression is extraordinary. To everyone who still believes in the United Nations Charter, it is our moral duty and obligation to help you to win this brutal war. Estonia condemns in the strongest possible terms the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. We do not and will never recognize the illegal annexion of Crimea or any other Ukrainian region. First, our most immediate task today is to continue to raise the cost of war to Russia. Our response so far has neither changed Russia's calculus nor stopped its aggression. To reach a lasting peace in Ukraine, we need a twofold solution. We must do more and speed up the military aid needed by Ukraine to liberate its territory and step up sanctions pressure on Russia. We propose to toughen the travel restrictions because people's mindset only starts changing once they feel the impact of their own life and possibilities. Every single person has a moral duty to step up against the outrage and injustice against Ukraine, against the evil that Putin's regime represents. Every single Russian citizen has a duty to affect the cause of its country. Secondly, to reach lasting peace in Europe, we need to work on all efforts to ensure justice and accountability. Putin and its administration must be held accountable for crimes of aggression committed in Ukraine. We see gross violations of human rights, attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure, filtration operations and forced deportation, preparations for so-called referendums, looting of Ukrainian grain. The list of crimes committed by aggressors is endless. Our common duty is to bring perpetrators of war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide to justice. As the ICC does not have a jurisdiction over the crime of aggression, serious consideration should be given to the establishment of an independent special court. Respect for international law must be restored. International peace and security for future generations. Third, I would like to highlight the importance of teaching history. Our future depends on the youth sitting in the classrooms today and on their education. We are made by history. We cannot let the lack of knowledge to define our future. To avoid such a brutality repeating and to see that peace prevails in future, we have to start teaching history of our own nations, to evade misunderstandings caused by active brainwash through the war of spreading the false propaganda. I argue if everyone knows the history of Ukraine, even for past 100 years, it will be easier to ensure that non-recognition policy will last as long as it's needed. Because those who know history are destined not to repeat mistakes and build a better future. Today we see how ignorance makes it easy for any aggressor to put forward its false narratives and build the evil empire of lies on them. I call everyone to join initiative Learn History. We should invite our historians to record history lessons in all languages and create a space, History Changes the Future, for these lectures to help the teachers all over the world to find the credible material of our past. Estonia will support Ukraine as long as it takes to help you win this war and restore Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Last but not least, dear Volodymyr, I want to fully join your confidence. This war started in Crimea and it shall end in Crimea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm pleased to give the floor to President of Finland, His Excellency, Mr. Sauli Niinistö.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to join my colleagues in thanking President Zelensky for convening this summit. Since our first gathering in Kiev last August, the situation has worsened dramatically. Accordingly, the objectives of this platform have become even more important. Russia's war of aggression and the ongoing invasion of Ukraine are grave breaches of international law. As part of the European Union and in coordination with our transatlantic partners, Finland's response has been firm. Our political, economic, military, and humanitarian support to Ukraine has been strong. The support will continue for as long as needed. At the same time, we call on Russia to cease its military actions immediately and unconditionally. We call on Russia to withdraw all its troops and equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine, including the illegally annexed Crimean Peninsula. Mr. President, Finland's commitment to Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders is unwavering. Finland supports international efforts to restore Ukraine's territorial integrity. All Ukrainians, including the Crimean Tatar people, need to fully enjoy their right to self-determination. I would like to congratulate Ukraine for its European Union candidate status. Ukraine belongs to the European family. Finland firmly supports Ukraine's European path and the reforms to which Ukraine has committed itself. Mr. President, on behalf of the people of Finland, I send my best wishes to the people of Ukraine on the eve of your National Day. Your brave fight for freedom and for European values and principles deeply touches us. Ordinary Finns have shown exceptional eagerness to help you, Ukrainians. I look forward to continuing to strengthen our partnership and cooperation. Finland stands with Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. President. And our next speaker is Her Excellency, Madam Salome Zurabishvili, the President of Georgia.
Mr. President, dear Volodymyr, Excellency, we are here united for the second time around the Crimea Platform. Last year, Georgia was represented by its Prime Minister, and it is a great honor for me today to be representing Georgia and its people at this summit. For it is essential to stand together in defense of the values that unite us and which I'm confident will shape our common future. and I'm proud to join the Crimea Platform declaration in the name of Georgia, and thus to reaffirm our support to your territorial integrity, to your sovereignty, to your de-occupation strategy. Crimea is Ukraine. Joining you today in this event, we remember all too well that tomorrow Ukraine is celebrating its Independence Day and will be marking 6 months of its valorous resistance to the Russian aggression. This is just not a coincidence of dates. We all know that the Russian aggression in Ukraine did not start last February, and that Crimea was indeed the initial challenge, reminding us too well that unanswered challenges to peace and security, unanswered aggressions to one's country's territorial integrity leads only to more aggression and to more instability. For Georgia, the events that have unfolded in Ukraine are unfortunately well known and have reopened many wounds. For Kremlin's aggression against its peaceful neighbors follows a pattern that Georgia has experimented in 1992, and 2008. We hence know only too well what it means to see one's own territory invaded and occupied. We understand only too well the price your soldiers and your whole civilian populations have paid and are paying. I want, in the name of the Georgian people, to reaffirm our admiration for your valorous struggle and express our firm belief that this fight will end in victory. And already your fight has been victorious, since it has challenged Russia's sense of invincibility and impunity. Your fight is already victorious, since it has generated an unprecedented response of the international community, a strong and united response, one that was not foreseen by President Putin, a type of response that we had not seen in 2014 during the annexation of Crimea or in August of 2008. Today's response is one that will change the future. It is evident that the war in Ukraine today on Odessa significantly undermine the Black Sea security and hence the global security. As the world faces unprecedented risks of food shortages caused by halted grain exports, we are once again reminded of a very elementary principle that peace and security cannot be divided. We are all in the same boat. In these difficult times, the Ukrainian people have further unified around their European aspirations. I would like to wholeheartedly congratulate Ukraine for receiving the candidate status and express my confidence that Georgia will soon join our two partners, Ukraine and Moldova, on this common path. I'm strongly convinced that this anachronistic war will end soon and that Ukraine, standing on the right side of history, will emerge victorious. Occupation has no place in the 21st century. Dear President Zelensky, I'm confident that we will witness our nations regaining unity, territorial integrity, and prosperity in a peaceful and safe Europe. Happy Independence Day. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Madam President. And now I'm pleased to give the floor to the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, His Excellency, Mr. Mark Rutte.
President Zelensky, dear Volodymyr, thank you for your opening remarks. And thank you, Ukraine, for hosting yesterday the Dutch Defense Minister and the Dutch Minister for International Trade. And for arranging this summit, which shines a global spotlight on Crimea. A summit that is taking place even as your country fights to resist Russian aggression. The images of the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 are still etched in my memory. And so are those of the atrocities that have taken place over the past 6 months. As those images clearly show, Russia continues to commit grave violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. Russia's leadership and armed forces have demonstrated a complete disregard for international law, such as deliberately targeting civilians. The Netherlands and Ukraine have shared a special bond since the tragic downing of flight MH17 in 2014. Our two countries stand side by side in the pursuit of truth, justice, and accountability. We do so as we continue to deal with the impact of that particular tragedy. And we do so against the backdrop of the fresh atrocities committed by Russia in recent months. I'm fully committed, as you know, to that partnership, and our cooperation will endure. The Netherlands will continue to stand with Ukraine and its people. The Crimea Platform is an important instrument which brings together many countries and organizations that are all united in the same cause, the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. We all look forward to the return of the Russian-occupied territories to Ukraine, to the return of human rights, democracy, and international law to the people of Crimea. I would also like to briefly look ahead to tomorrow's celebration of 31 years of Ukrainian independence. An Independence Day that will take place in difficult circumstances, but one that is more significant than ever for Ukraine, for Europe, and for the entire world. At the end of the day, it is as simple as this. Only the Ukrainians, only you, have the right to decide on the future of Ukraine. So let me conclude by repeating, the Netherlands will continue to stand with Ukraine and its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. And now from Europe, we will go to South America. And I'm pleased to welcome the President of the Republic of Guatemala, His Excellency, Dr. Alejandro Yamatei Falla.
Estimado pueblo ucraniano, reciban un fraternal saludo en nombre del gobierno y el pueblo de Guatemala.
Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, let me greet you. Warm greetings from the Guatemalan people. We would like to express our sympathy because of the hardship you have to undergo. And we are very proud. We are very excited witnessing your heroic fight, and we appreciate very much this opportunity to create the initiative that is called the Crimean Platform and is focused on restoration of the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And this provides us with the opportunity again to assure and confirm that it is not something acceptable when a bigger power attacks a smaller but democratic and free country. Guatemala always has supported civil ways to solve the international problems and international controversies. So dialogue and talks serve as a necessary precondition to comply with the Charter of the United Nations in such developments. We would like to again re-emphasize our support for Ukraine, its sovereignty, and our decisive condemnation of the Russian aggression. Guatemala demonstrated her support for Ukraine. We never turned our back to Ukraine, and we have always supported Ukraine's sovereignty and internationally recognized borders. We are never silent, turning a blind eye on such threats to the world and world security. That's why Guatemala, this very important forum, would like to again and again express our support of the basic principles of the United Nations and the right for every nation for self-determination. And this conflict should be concluded as soon as possible, so that in the future all the controversies are solved in a dialogue mode.
Back to Europe, I'm pleased to give the floor to the Prime Minister of Ireland, Mr.
staunch supporters
Micheál
of the sovereignty
Martin.
of Ukraine and its territorial integrity.
I would like to express my sincere thanks to you, President Zelensky, for your invitation. And I am pleased to join today with you, with Prime Minister Shamil, and leaders from wider Europe and the world. After 6 months of brutal war, the democratic world continues to stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine and to condemn in the strongest terms Russia's unprovoked and unjustifiable aggression against a peaceful country. The Ukrainian people's courageous stance in defense of your country, its sovereignty and territorial integrity, and against the immoral war Russia has unleashed, has been an inspiration that has rightly moved the world. You should not have had to demonstrate such resolve. It is not right that a peaceful, democratic country and its people should have to endure such suffering. Just as the people of Ireland have enjoyed the right to make choices about our future and our place in the world, so too should the people of Ukraine. Ireland strongly supported Ukraine's application to join the European Union, and Ireland will continue to champion Ukraine's European path every step of the way. The journey is complex, but the government in Kiev has proven its commitment to progress. President Zelensky, you have my unequivocal support on this. Russia's immoral actions in Ukraine have consequences not only in the death, bloodshed, and destruction endured within Ukraine's own borders. Russia, as we know, seeks to cynically manipulate hunger, energy, migration, and even the truth itself in order to wreak further havoc and divide us. It will not succeed. Respect for the territorial integrity of states and the non-use of force are not principles that are uniquely European. They are the basis of all international law, and Russia's flagrant disregard of them cannot be allowed to stand. If Russia is allowed to succeed, no country can truly be said to be safe. Russia is also solely responsible for the shock to global food security it has provoked. In making food a weapon, Russia has shown its absolute lack of concern, indeed its contempt for the least developed and most fragile countries in the world, for the most vulnerable people. Russia is no friend or ally of the poor. Such inhumanity is difficult to comprehend. Efforts to ensure security and stability in the Black Sea and Sea of Azov region must continue. I welcome that shipments are taking place from Ukrainian ports through the Black Sea Grain Initiative. I call on Russia to end its aggression and to withdraw from Ukraine. I'm gravely concerned about the Russian military activity at and in Zaporizhzhia. The nuclear power plant and its surrounding area must return to exclusively civilian control of the Ukrainian authorities, supported by the International Atomic Energy Agency. Ukrainian sovereignty over Crimea must be restored. Until that day, Russia must comply with its obligations as an occupying power under international humanitarian law in all territory it has illegally annexed. I'm very concerned about the gross violations of human rights that we have heard just at this conference and prior to that, and in particular against indigenous Crimea Tatars. Today, all of us stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine and those who value respect for international law, democracy, and human rights. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I have the honor to give the floor now to His Serene Highness, Hereditary Prince Alois of Liechtenstein.
Dear President Zelensky, Excellencies, Liechtenstein welcomes this summit as a very timely opportunity to reaffirm its unwavering solidarity with Ukraine. Liechtenstein stands with Ukraine. We will continue our political and financial support and will also continue to welcome Ukrainian refugees in our midst. Since the International Crimea Platform was established a year ago, circumstances have changed dramatically. Russia has launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, resoundingly condemned by the international community. This unprovoked war of aggression is a continuation and further escalation of the previous aggressions against Ukraine, resulting in the occupation of Crimea, among other things. Ending the aggression against Ukraine and ensuring full accountability for it must be our highest priority, both in the interest of peace and security on the European continent and to safeguard the post-World War II order. Excellencies, Liechtenstein has been consistent in condemning the illegal annexation of Crimea Peninsula as a clear violation of Ukrainian sovereign and territorial integrity, as well as a blatant violation of international law, in particular the Charter of the United Nations. We have also been consistent in emphasizing that we will not recognize the annexation. As a member of the International Crimea Platform, we fully support the joint statement that will be released today. Mr. President, Liechtenstein condemns the systematic and large-scale war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by the Russian armed forces and affiliated groups, as well as the human rights violations in Crimea, particularly towards Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars. We believe that those who have individual criminal responsibility for the aggression against Ukraine must be held accountable in a court of law on the basis of the existing international law and under the umbrella of the United Nations system. We are committed to working with those who share this objective. We are also committed to assist in the effort to ensure state responsibility for the enormous economic damages inflicted on Ukraine. Mr. President, we are all aware of the cynical weaponization of global food security by Russia. The freedom of navigation in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov have been greatly impacted by Russia. Today we see the terrible effects, in particular on less developed countries in Africa and the Middle East. We cannot forget the most vulnerable people in other parts of the world. And we support all efforts to restore freedom of navigation and to bring much-needed grain supplies to those who need it most. Excellencies, I see today's summit as a strong message of unity, and I am convinced that the Crimea Platform can be a powerful platform, especially if additional states from all regions of the world will join its objectives. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Serene Highness. I am now pleased to give the floor to the President of the Republic of Iceland, His Excellency, Mr. Gudni Torlacius Johannesson.
President Zelensky, Excellencies, dear friends of Ukraine. Iceland stands with Ukraine. We have done so and will continue to do so. The government of Iceland supports United Nations agencies and other international organizations that provide humanitarian assistance on the ground. Furthermore, we have warmly welcomed refugees from Ukraine here in Iceland. We Icelanders are blessed in many ways. We live on an island in the middle of the Atlantic. We have no army. We have no immediate neighbors threatening us with violence and war. Still, history tells us that our safety and security depend on the safety and security of others. As long as the Russian invasion of Ukraine rages, freedom is at risk in the whole of Europe. President Zelensky, I admire your courage and guidance during these terrible times. You stepped up as a strong leader when your nation needed a strong leader. At the same time, allow me to say that the world does not need so-called strong men who use military strength to oppress others, leaders who sow fear and mistrust at home and abroad. There is nothing strong about that. Let us rather work for a strong family of states and for strong democracies with strong respect for freedom and diversity. Let us work for the strong rule of law, not the law of the strong, for that is no law, only force and ferocity. Dear listeners, dear friends of Ukraine, Iceland stays united with Ukraine and its people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And now I'm pleased to invite to take the floor the President of the Republic of Latvia, His Excellency, Mr. Egils Levits.
President Zelensky, Excellencies, dear friends of Ukraine. 8 years have passed since the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol have been occupied and illegally annexed by Russia. In Crimea, the world has seen Russia following its traditional algorithm of occupation. First, the closing down of the legitimate institutions of the occupied territory, then followed by fake referenda, then mass repressions, then deportations of the people of occupied territory and the resettlement of people from Russia in order to make the territory predominantly Russian, and massive Russification policy backed by propaganda. For Latvia, this is nothing new. We experienced the Soviet military occupation nightmare for 50 years. 1 year ago, Latvia participated in the establishment of the International Crimea Platform. It's based on our firm commitment to the non-recognition of Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea. This is essential. In our case, it's allowed us to restore our independence even after 50 years of occupation. And I'm convinced that our non-recognition of Russia's annexation of Crimea will not have last so long that soon Crimea will be liberated. Today, Ukraine fights Russia's unprovoked and unjustified war of aggression. This is a brutal war, which Russia must not be allowed to win. A war which will end with the liberation of the entire territory of Ukraine, including Crimea. We stand with Ukraine in this fight. Latvia provides all the support we can, but we all still need to do more. Military, financial, economical, humanitarian support is essential. But we also need to increase international pressure to Russia. We have to work with our international partners worldwide to win over their understanding and support for Ukraine. Sanctions have to be strengthened. The travel of Russians outside Russia should be limited. Those who support aggression should not enjoy going to Europe for fun. We must condemn any Russian attempt to integrate parts of Ukrainian territory by force. We must always support Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Dear colleagues, nevertheless, the condemnation of the Russian aggression against Ukraine is not enough. In the current situation, decisive is the military support. As Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg just said, more weapons, more ammunition, and more quickly. Ukraine must win this war. This is necessary for the future of Crimea. This is necessary for the future of Ukraine. This is necessary for the future of Europe. This is necessary for the future of international law and international peace order. Let us work together in order to help Ukraine to win the war. This would be also the victory for freedom and democracy. Slava Ukraini!
Heroyam Slava. Thank you, Mr. President. And now I invite to address the summit the President of the Republic of Lithuania, His Excellency, Mr. Gitanas Nausėda.
Dear Volodymyr, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, much has changed since our last meeting a year ago in Kiev. In the last 6 months, we have seen Russia launching a full-scale war against Ukraine and perpetrating numerous atrocities. This assault is instigated by an extreme aggression towards the independent state of Ukraine and its brave people. Russia is trying to undermine the very existence of Ukraine. Russia also challenges the global security architecture and norms-based international order. Russian war constitutes a crime of extraordinary proportions. The international community is united. The war must be stopped. Our duty is to support Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. This is where the international Crimea Platform becomes of great importance. It is to keep our attention focused on Crimea, a place where the Russian invasion started 8 years ago. In Crimea, the earlier failure of the international community to act in a more assertive way is most clearly visible. Even today, Russia uses the illegally annexed peninsula as a base for new military offensives against Ukraine. Local people, in particular Ukrainian freedom activists and Crimean Tatars, suffer disproportionately under the occupation. Crimea must therefore also become the place where this senseless war ends. To stop further attacks against the Ukrainian statehood, the peninsula must be returned to its rightful owners. Ukrainians who were captured and imprisoned under the occupation must be set free. Otherwise, no one, including Russia itself, can guarantee the safety of the occupiers and colonists living there. It should be clear by now that Russian actions can bring only more death and destruction. Appeasement does not work. Only our firm and united response may disperse the bloody vision of restoration of the Russian Empire. Therefore, it is vital to strengthen the international sanctions, continue Russia's political and economic isolation, and limit its ability to prolong this war. To boost our own resilience, we must collectively get rid of the dependence on Russian energy resources, the way Lithuania has done it when this war began. Our assistance is critical in supporting both Ukraine's military efforts and the effective functioning of its economy. We must be ready to help rebuilding the country now. Finally, we must always remember that Ukraine is fighting for all of us. The outcome of this war will define the future of Europe. It must be Ukraine who wins for the right cause. Thank you very much, dear friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to welcome President of the Slovak Republic, Her Excellency, Madam Zuzana Čaputová.
Dear President Zelensky, dear Volodymyr, dear all, Crimea is Ukraine. The law is that simple. In 2014, President Putin illegally annexed Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. He did it right in front of the world's eyes, hoping that they would accept that Russia's imperial ambitions are above international law. Our non-recognition and sanctions have made it clear. Russia must reverse its actions. It must end its illegal invasion and occupation. But in 2014, our reaction wasn't enough, because Russia has continued its brutal actions in Ukraine. It is no longer part of the family of nations that respect the rule of law. It has militarized Crimea, it is violating human rights, persecutes the Crimean Tatars and all those who oppose its rule. It also damages the region's unique ecosystems and cultural heritage. 6 months ago, Russia launched a full-scale and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. Its crimes in Crimea can't be seen as an exception. For Vladimir Putin, they have become the rule. Crimea is being used for Russia's attacks. Thousands of civilian casualties, thousands of destroyed homes, destruction of civilian infrastructure. This is how Moscow treats its neighbors. What Russia did to Ukraine, it can do to others in the future. Slovakia stands by Ukraine and the Ukrainians in your rightful defense against the brutal aggressor. With our partners and allies in the EU, NATO, and beyond, we won't stop. We will continue our political and humanitarian help, but also our economic and military aid, including the delivery of 30 fighting vehicles we are announcing today. We must also keep increasing the costs of this war for the Russian regime and expand our sanctions and cut the money Russia uses for war. Ukraine's fight is a just fight. It's the fight of people who want to live in peace, freedom, and democracy. It's the fight for Ukraine's future. But only the brave Ukrainian nation has the right to decide what this future will be. No one else can. And no one else can force you to make choices you don't want to make. We will continue to support you in your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for your strong words. We all know that the Black Sea is currently the only sea in the world where a full-scale war is taking place. And the source of this war is the illegally occupied Crimea. So in this context, we invite you to watch a short video dedicated to security consequences and threats of the Russian illegal occupation of Crimea.
Green and not so polite, armed incognitos in military uniforms, and the Trojan horses who are hiding behind the backs of the locals. In a few weeks, they will take hostage the entire Crimea.
Що так підступно буде в лютому 2014 року, ми дійсно не знали.
Єдине, що ми встигли зробити, це своєчасно весь свій флот спустити на воду і вийти з порту Керч до порту Бердянськ.
Later, the commander of the Kerch border detachment, Yuri Loshak, will head to the maritime guard of Mariupol, and he will recall how he slipped out of the embrace of the Russian world without betraying either his oath or himself.
У мене не виходили, тому що, мабуть, знали, що ні на які пропозиції я не піду. Нічого мені не обіцяли, там, ні квартири, ні машини, ні якісь там гроші. Тому що, мабуть, знали, що я не такий.
Росіяни, опять же, вони ж оцю всю кампанію, вони ж її планували заздалегідь.
Andriy Ryzhenko is from the well-known naval dynasty in the Crimea. In 2014, he was the deputy chief of staff of the Navy in Sevastopol. After the occupation, he moved to Odessa, and he has never seen his father again.
Я пам'ятаю, як я крайній раз йому потиснув руку, от батько. Оце я пам'ятаю. То, що він мені казав, все було правдою. Він казав, що то, що росіяни залишились в Криму, це дуже погано. От так воно і вийшло.
The Kremlin referred to the geographically well-placed peninsula as to an unsinkable aircraft carrier, and it began to pump it up with arms.
Вони почали будувати підводні човни, надводні кораблі, вони перекидали авіацію сучасну, як винищувальну, так і бомбардувальну. Вони перекидали ракетні комплекси, вони перекидали системи ППО.
Дуже багато зараз флоту і багато військовослужбовців, які прийшли на нашу землю через Чангар, через Чаплинку і в район Херсона, в район Мелітополя і в район Маріуполя. Це були звідти війська із Кримського полуострова.
For 8 years, Russia has been stubbornly ignoring the rights and freedoms of the Crimeans, by hook or by crook turning them into powerless vessels and into cannon fodder.
Всі мешканці Криму, які були там на момент 2014 року, пройшли через дивну процедуру примусової паспортизації. Вони можуть бути призвані до армії, і за ухиляння від цього призову вони підпадають під юридичну відповідальність, тобто вони можуть бути ув'язнені. Мілітаризація йде в дитячих садочках, мілітаризація є в школах, є юнармія, яка абсолютно по моделі відповідає Гітлер-Югенту.
Оголтелая такая пропаганда против крымских татар, все это наталкивало на мысли, оно, видимо, так и было, направленные на то, чтобы вытеснить коренной народ из Крыма, поскольку они поняли, что с ними не договорятся.
And yet, after February the 24th, the Russian unsinkable aircraft carrier became a thorn in the throat of the entire civilized world.
Зерно, яке крадеться зараз в Україні, його перевозять, власне, через територію Кримського півострову, через закриті порти, які є окупованими, і потім вантаж перегружається, перезавантажується, підробляються документи і відправляються в країни Сходу. Тому тут це дуже такий наочний приклад, що Кримський півострів точно має бути звільненим.
Крим для мене це мої кращі роки життя. Там виросли мої діти, там народився мій син. Там у мене пройшла більша частина мого життя. Це моя батьківщина. Крим – це Україна.
And now we will continue our summit and we will go back to South America. I am pleased to give the floor to the President of the Republic of Suriname, His Excellency, Mr. Chandrik Kapersad Santohi. Mr. President, we enjoy you speaking, but we cannot hear you. If you could switch on the microphone, please.
Yes. Okay, can you hear me?
Thank you, yes.
Yes, okay, I'll start again. Good morning from Suriname, Your Excellency Vladimir Zelensky, President of Ukraine, Excellencies, Head of States and Government, distinguished ministers, ambassadors, and participants. As President of the Republic of Suriname, I wish to express sincere appreciation for the invitation extended and the opportunity provided to participate in this virtual summit on the occasion of the first anniversary of the International Crimea Platform. I commend Ukraine for launching this international consultation and coordination mechanism a year ago to improve the international response to the ongoing occupation of the Crimea Peninsula to Ukraine. The government of the Republic of Suriname is of the view that a prosperous world requires a firm commitment to the upholding of international principles and international law. In this respect, Suriname supports the guiding principles of international law as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Suriname underlines the independence and territorial integrity of Ukraine in this context. Adherence to this internationally recognized legitimate and territorial integrity principles is of immense importance for the security and survival of all states, especially small states like my country, Suriname. Therefore, it is appropriate to underscore that the Republic of Suriname remains committed to democracy, strong democratic institutions, good governance, sovereignty, territorial integrity, rule of law, human political rights, and fundamental freedoms, as well as peace and security. In the same vein, we repeat the importance of intensifying diplomatic efforts for a peaceful settlement through dialogue and reaffirming respect for the international system and global peace and security. These are indispensable for achieving sustained growth and sustainable development. These are the principles we are supporting. President Vladimir Zelensky, I can assure you of the support of the Republic of Suriname for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, including the Crimean Peninsula and the adjoining territorial waters. In closing, allow me to wish you and the people of Ukraine strength and courage during these challenging times, and I sincerely hope that through dialogue, long-lasting peace can be achieved, emphasizing that peace in all regions is of fundamental value for maintaining worldwide peace. I thank you very much, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was encouraging to hear you, and we appreciate your address. And now we go back to Europe, to our close neighbor, Moldova. I'm pleased to welcome the President of Moldova, Her Excellency, Madam Maya Sandu.
Dear President Zelensky, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we met in Kiev a year ago to voice our strong support to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including Crimea. The Crimea Platform was established with an understanding that the international order only works when it is based on rules, inviolability of borders, non-use of force, non-interference in internal affairs, respect for human rights, and economic development. Few imagined that all of this would be shattered. For over six months now, we have been living
in a world without rules. Russia has been waging a war against Ukraine, which has brought untold sufferings to the Ukrainian people and undermined the rules-based international order. I saw Kiev and its suburbs before the war and now. Bucha, Irpin, Borodyanka. Ukrainian civilians killed, Ukrainian cities and towns leveled by shelling. Millions of refugees have fled the country, and an entire generation has an unmistakable imprint of the war. Untold tragedies for millions of families. This is the reality of this ruthless war, the death of women, children, and the elderly. The consequences of the war extend far beyond Ukraine and the region as food and energy crisis loom. My country is no exception. We are a peaceful country and peaceful people firmly committed to a world in which the fundamental principles of international law are respected and protected. But you cannot build a stable regional security order in a world without rules. No state will ever feel secure. The decision of the European Union to grant the status of candidate countries for EU membership to Ukraine and Moldova is a historic decision. The accession process will be lengthy and will require sustained efforts, but we are committed and determined to follow this path. We will not remain weak, divided, indecisive, in the gray zone. Moldova does not tolerate injustice. From the very beginning, Moldova joined an international community in condemning Russia's war against Ukraine and called for an end of the aggression. President Zelensky, the Moldovan patriots, and they are an absolute majority in Moldova, are on the side of Ukraine and firmly condemning Russia's war against the Ukrainian people. Moldova provides assistance to Ukraine, focusing our efforts on supporting a large number of Ukrainians who have found refuge in Moldova, as well as on rendering humanitarian aid. My country is firmly committed to continue providing international protection for Ukrainians who are seeking refuge in our country. We have received and will receive with open arms the Ukrainians who had to leave their homes. We will further assist with any arising humanitarian issues and will help as many people as we can who find themselves in need for protection and shelter. Allow me to congratulate the Ukrainian people on your 31st Independence Day, which you made fighting for your independence, for your existence as a sovereign nation. Moldova reiterates once again its unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including Crimea. Ukraine protects us today. Ukraine protects the free world. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Madam President. We will now go to Switzerland, and I'm pleased to welcome the President of the Swiss Confederation, His Excellency, Mr. Ignacio Cassis.
Dear Mr. President, dear Mr. Speaker of the Parliament, Excellencies, on behalf of Switzerland, I would like to thank Ukraine and President Zelensky for holding this year's Crimea Platform despite the enormous difficulties and suffering caused by Russia's military aggression. Holding this platform has become even more relevant. More than 8 years ago, Russia annexed Crimea in clear violation of international law. Now, in 2022, Russia has attacked the entire Ukraine. Switzerland condemns Russia's military aggression against Ukraine in the strongest possible terms and calls for the withdrawal of its troops from Ukrainian territory without delay. Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty must be restored immediately. Switzerland is deeply concerned about the situation in Crimea. Reports by OHCHR and other human rights organizations describe severe restrictions, particularly concerning the rights to freedom of expression, association, and assembly, but also numerous cases of arbitrary detentions, as well as restriction of freedom of movement and forced displacement. OHCHR is concerned that the current hostilities are restricting the freedom of movement to and from regions occupied by Russian armed forces. Reports on ill treatment of prisoners are deeply troubling. As the occupying power in Crimea, in eastern and now southern areas of Ukraine, Russia must fulfill its obligation to ensure respect for international humanitarian law and human rights. Switzerland calls on all parties to strictly respect international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Switzerland is a participant of the Crimea Platform from the very beginning and follows the non-recognition policy since 2014. I reiterate Switzerland's unwavering support for a Ukrainian Crimea, for the Ukrainian people now facing Russia's military aggression. Switzerland is applying sanctions against Russia. Despite the military aggression, most Swiss international cooperation project partners remain active in Ukraine. Our humanitarian aid package comprises financial contribution, the delivery of aid supplies, and of personnel. Together with Ukraine, we have launched the recovery process of Ukraine in Lugano. With our international partners, we adopted the Lugano Declaration and principles, thus giving perspectives to the affected populations, including in Crimea. We aim at rebuilding a safe, prosperous, and sustainable future in a free Ukraine. The commitment of the British and German partners to take up the torch in 2023 and 2024 is also an excellent signal. We stand by Ukraine. Thank you.
We thank President of the Swiss Confederation, and I am pleased to give the floor to the distinguished President of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan.
Ukrayna Devlet Başkanı Sayın Zelenski, saygıdeğer devlet ve hükümet başkanları, kıymetli uluslararası teşkilat temsilcileri, sizlere en kalbi duygularımla, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Kırım Platformu'nun kuruluşunun 1. yıl dönümü vesilesiyle düzenlenen bu zirvede sizlere hitap etmekten memnuniyet duyuyorum. Nazik davetleri için Ukrayna Devlet Başkanı Sayın Zelenski'ye teşekkür ediyorum. Kırım davasının barışçıl yollardan daha etkin bir şekilde savunulması amacıyla kurulan platformu isabetli buluyor ve destekliyoruz. Bu desteğimizi geçtiğimiz yıl Kiev'de düzenlenen kuruluş zirvesine Dışişleri Bakanımızın bizzat katılımıyla göstermiştik. Önümüzdeki dönemde de platformun çalışmalarına her düzeyde katkı vermeyi sürdüreceğiz. Türkiye, Kırım'ın ilhakını tanımamakta, bu adımın gayrimeşru ve hukuk dışı olduğunu ilk günden beri açıklıkla savunmaktadır. Bu sadece hukuki değil, ahlaki temelleri de olan ilkeli bir duruştur. Kırım'ın ayrılmaz parçası olduğu Ukrayna'ya iadesi, esas itibariyle uluslararası hukukun gereğidir. Ukrayna'nın toprak bütünlüğünün, egemenliğinin ve siyasi birliğinin korunması sadece bölgesel değil, küresel güvenlik ve istikrar bakımından kritik öneme sahiptir. Kırım'ın yerli halklarından olan Kırım Tatar soydaşlarımızın güvenlik ve esenliğinin temini de Türkiye'nin öncelikleri arasındadır. Kırım Tatarı vatandaşlarımız Kırım'daki gelişmelerin yakın takipçileridir. Bu vesileyle geçen sene platformun Kiev'deki ilk zirvesine katıldıktan sonra gözaltına alınan Kırım Tatar Milli Meclisi 1. Başkan Yardımcısı Nariman Celal ve arkadaşlarının bir an evvel evlerine ve ailelerine kavuşmaları beklentimizi tekrarlıyorum. Tarih boyunca büyük acılara maruz kalan Kırım Tatarları kendi ana yurtlarında barış içerisinde yaşamanın Türkiye bu süreçte Ukrayna hükümetinin ve Kırım Tatarlarının yanında olmayı sürdürecektir. Değerli katılımcılar, 24 Şubat'tan bu yana devam eden savaşın Ukrayna'nın toprak bütünlüğü ve egemenliği temelinde adil bir barışla sona erdirilmesi gerektiğini savunuyoruz. Türkiye olarak bu amaçla diplomasi kanalını işler hale getirmek için büyük çaba harcadık. Mart ayında Antalya'da yapılan Dışişleri Bakanları toplantısı, akabinde İstanbul'da ev sahipliği yaptığımız barış görüşmeleri ve son olarak tahıl konusunda varılan anlaşma gibi önemli ve somut başarılar elde ettik. 18 Ağustos'ta Lviv'e yaptığım ziyarette bu tavrımızı bir kez daha ortaya koyduk. Ancak yakalanan ivmenin korunması ve kalıcı sonuçlara dönüşmesi tarafların barış yolunda atacağı adımlara bağlıdır. Barışın tesisi doğrultusunda kolaylaştırıcılık ve arabuluculuk gayretlerimizi yılmadan, yorulmadan sürdürmeye kararlıyız. Savaşın bitmesi ve Karadeniz Havzası'nın yeniden huzur ve istikrara kavuşması sadece bölgeye değil, tüm dünyaya derin bir nefes aldıracaktır. Bu düşüncelerle Kırım dahil Ukrayna'nın toprak bütünlüğüne desteğimizi tekrarlıyor, bölgemizin en kısa zamanda yeniden barış iklimine kavuşmasını diliyorum. Hepinize saygı ve selamlarımı gönderiyor, en kalbi teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
We thank President of the
Predsjedniče
President
Zelenski, dame i gospodo.
Ladies,
Vanjska politika Bosne i Hercegovine prema međunarodnim partnerima, što uključuje i prijateljsku Ukrajinu, zasniva se na otvorenosti i ravnopravnosti, uzajamnom poštovanju suvereniteta i teritorijalnog integriteta, principu miroljubive saradnje, poštovanju međunarodnog prava i uvažavanju obostranih interesa, što je izričito navedeno u strategiji vanjske politike Bosne i Hercegovine, koja je u potpunosti u skladu sa paviljonom Ujedinjenih nacija. Predsjedništvo Bosne i Hercegovine je 6. marta 2014. godine usvojilo posebnu izjavu o situaciji u Ukrajini. Tom izjavom predsjedništvo je izrazilo očekivanje da će do rješenja novonastale krize doći mirnim i demokratskim sredstvima, dijalogom i političkim pregovorima između svih relevantnih strana uz konstruktivnu podršku cijele međunarodne zajednice na opšte prihvaćenim principima međunarodnog prava. Tom prilikom predsjedništvo Bosne i Hercegovine također je izrazilo punu podršku naporima s ciljem prevazilaženja trenutne situacije i održavanja mira i potrebne sigurnosti, te pozvalo sve strane u sporu da se suzdrže od upotrebe sile i žurno otpočnu politički dijalog za rješenje novonastale situacije u interesu mira, regionalne i globalne stabilnosti. Dakle, to je bilo 6. marta 2014. godine kao stav predsjedništva Bosne i Hercegovine. Godinu dana nakon održavanja nelegalnog i nelegitimnog referenduma i posljedične nezakonite Ruske federacije, 16.3.2015. godine Bosna i Hercegovina se pridružila deklaraciji visokog predstavnika u ime Evropske unije o Krimu, kojom je potvrđena čvrsta opredjeljenost za suverenitet i teritorijalni integritet Ukrajine. Istom deklaracijom nastavljeno je sa osudom tog čina kršenja međunarodnog prava, te je istaknuto da je ilegalna aneksija Krima i Sevastopolja direktan izazov međunarodnoj sigurnosti s ozbiljnim implikacijama na međunarodni pravni poredak
koji štiti jedinstvo i suverenitet svih država. Također, istaknuta je posvećenost potpunoj provedbi politike nepriznavanja, uključujući i restriktivne mjere. Ponovo je potvrđena duboka zabrinutost zbog kontinuiranog vojnog jačanja i pogoršanja stanja ljudskih prava na poluostrvu Krim, uključujući uskraćivanje slobode govora i progon pripadnika manjina. Ponovljen je poziv da se međunarodnim akterima u oblasti ljudskih prava omogući potpun, slobodan i neograničen pristup cijeloj teritoriji Ukrajine, uključujući Krim i Sevastopolj. Ponavljam, Bosna i Hercegovina se pridružila ovoj deklaraciji visokog predstavnika u ime Europske unije o Krimu. Nakon invazije Ruske federacije na Ukrajinu 24.2.2022. godine, Bosna i Hercegovina sa slijedom prethodno navedenog pridružila brojnim međunarodnim dokumentima kao što su Rezolucija Generalne skupštine Ujedinjenih nacija, agresija na Ukrajinu, Odluka Vijeća Europe o suspenziji predstavništva Ruske federacije u Vijeću Europe, Deklaracija visokog predstavnika u ime Europske unije o invaziji oružanih snaga Ruske federacije na Ukrajinu i nizu pratećih deklaracija, kao i nizu odluka drugih međunarodnih institucija i organizacija. Prethodno izneseno su stavovi Bosne i Hercegovine doneseni slijedom odluka institucija te međunarodnih obaveza, uključujući Sporazum o stabilizaciji i pridruživanju Bosne i Hercegovine sa Europskom unijom i druge akte. Poštovane dame i gospodo, na kraju, uprkos vanjskim i unutrašnjim pritiscima, kao predsjedavajući predsjedništva Bosne i Hercegovine, mogu reći da nisu promijenjeni navedeni zvanični stavovi države Bosne i Hercegovine o podršci suverenitetu i teritorijalnom integritetu Ukrajine i o osudi postupaka kojima se povređuje suverenitet i teritorijalni integritet Ukrajine. Hvala vam na pažnju.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For 8 years now, the words human rights and fundamental freedoms in the occupied Crimea have been an empty sound. Human rights and freedoms were replaced with repressions, persecution, and torture. Currently, more than 120 citizens of Ukraine are detained by Russia in the illegally occupied Crimea for political reasons. I invite you to watch a short video dedicated to this topic.
Persecutions, arrests, tortures, assassinations. This is how Russia tames those who dissent. For the past 8 years, human rights have no rule on the peninsula. The terror has.
Можливо, історики колись визначать, скільки людей було вбито через використання Росією Криму для терору. Десятки тисяч, сотні тисяч.
Сейчас оккупационный режим в Крыму, он такой же тоталитарный, жестокий, как и советский, но в значительной мере отличается, потому что в советское время хоть что-то можно было.
Це було дуже зворушливо. Це ж Владислав тримав його в руках, цей лист. Це лист з тої бетонної сірої камери, в якій він знаходиться 18 місяців.
These rare letters are the only joy for Katerina and the 7-year-old Stefania. They are the only connection with the dearest, Vladislav Yesepenko, the journalist from Radio Liberty, who was on his business trip to Crimea in spring 2014. His wife and his daughter never saw him again.
Владислава майже місяць не могли знайти і побачити. Ми не знали, в якому він стані, де він. Адвоката просто крутили за ніс по всьому Сімферополю. То Владислав в СІЗО, то він в управлінні ФСБ, то він ще якомусь там КПЗ. Це слідчий це все, в принципі, ці всі маневри прокручував. І він спеціально не казав, де він, тому що Владислав пережив тортури.
Вибивання так званих
свідчень і так званих різноманітних зізнань – це традиційна практика для окупанта. Це те, що робили колись чекісти, НКВДісти, КГБісти, зараз це роблять ФСБшники.
Vladislav Yesepenko, a journalist, was detained for the alleged making and storing of a grenade. Through tortures, they have got his confession. He was detained for a year before the court proceedings and sentenced to 6 years in prison.
Безумовно, ключовий елемент в тому, що як держава-окупант захоче, так цей процес і завершиться, і ми розуміємо, що умовно намалювати строк для держави-окупанта не є проблемою.
Вони мене, до речі, запрошували, слідчий по нашій справі, що Катерино, приїжджайте, я вам дам побачення з чоловіком, з дитиною, приїжджайте, все буде добре. Ну, але ж ми розуміємо, для чого це робилося. Тобто це ще один важіль впливу для них був би в їх руках. Тобто Владислав би зізнався не лише у зберіганні і виготовленні вибухівки, а він би там зізнався в тому, що він папа римський, що він бив Кеннеді.
Katerina and Stefania Yesepenko are fighting desperately for Vladislav to be released. They communicate with journalists, advocates, participate in protest events. The mother doesn't hide anything from little Stefania. Her dad is her hero.
Коли це трапилося, ми для Стефанії придумували різного роду сказочки, типу там синичка в клітці, знаєте, так і папа в полоні. Вона пише татові листи, вибачте, туди. Ми не кажемо це слово, саме те, яке ми розуміємо. Ми кажемо, тато в полоні. Але вона дуже сумує, вона знає, що тато робив добру справу, що тато працював на свою батьківщину, і що тата просто затримали в полоні, тримають погані дядьки, і тато потрібно визволяти.
We are back. And I'm pleased to welcome the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sweden, Her Excellency, Madam Magdalena Andersson.
President Zelensky, Excellencies, colleagues, and friends. In August last year, we came together in Kiev to show our unwavering support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and the sovereignty in light of Russia's illegal annexion of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. Since then, Russia has launched an unprovoked, illegal, and ruthless full-scale war of aggression. This has made an already dire situation in Crimea even more alarming. For instance, Russia uses the peninsula as a launching pad for attacking other parts of Ukraine. Sweden is deeply concerned by the countless violations of human rights and international humanitarian law committed by the Russian authorities in the Crimean Peninsula and elsewhere on the temporarily occupied Ukrainian territory. And I was shaken by what I saw and heard during my field visits to Bucha and Borodyanka in July. Russia's aggression is primarily about Ukraine. It is also an alarming consequences elsewhere, in Europe and globally, including as regards energy and food supplies. And for this, Russia bears full responsibility. Sweden does not and will not recognize Russia's illegal annexion of Crimea or any future attempts to unlawfully annex Ukrainian territory. We must continue to stand united in our support for Ukraine now and in the long term. We must ensure that the international community continues a coordinated and principled response to stop Russia's aggression and hold those responsible accountable. We owe it to Ukraine and its people, and we need it to prevent similar aggression from being repeated elsewhere. Might does not make right. Sweden will continue its steadfast support to Ukraine, and my government will shortly present additional comprehensive support packages that will strengthen Ukraine's resilience. The stronger Ukraine is, the safer the rest of us are. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. And our next speaker will be the Prime Minister of Belize, His Excellency, Mr. John Antonio Briceño.
One year ago, the International Crimea Platform was established. The platform affirmed the Ukraine's full exercise of its sovereignty and political independence. It also affirmed that Ukraine's full territorial integrity cannot be achieved without ending the Russian Federation's temporary occupation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. Today, we remain committed to the Ukraine's sovereignty, political independence, unity, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, including territorial waters. In March of this year, we condemned Russia's unprovoked and unjustifiable full-scale invasion and unprecedented war of aggression against Ukraine. We maintain our position, particularly the actions adopted by Russia on the use of the temporary occupied Ukrainian Crimean Peninsula, including Ukrainian territorial sea, to launch its war against Ukraine. Russia's extensive use of Russian military aircrafts and warships for missile strikes and indiscriminate attacks at civilians and Ukrainian civilian infrastructure for further aggression and military invasion of southern Ukrainian regions must stop. Mr. President, as signatories to the human rights conventions, it is increasingly worrisome that Russia does not abide by its obligations under international humanitarian law and continues to adopt repressive measures against Ukrainians, in particular against persons belonging to the indigenous Crimean Tatar people. We are concerned by the effects caused by the seizure of the Ukrainian ports and the denial of the lawful exercise of navigational rights and freedoms, which pose an imminent threat to the security of the wider Black Sea region, which has exacerbated a global food insecurity. We urge Russia to uphold its end of the deal brokered by the UN and Turkey to enable grain exports through the Black Sea. Mr. President, Belize joins the international community in calling for the immediate and unconditional withdrawal of all its forces and military equipment from the internationally recognized territory of Ukraine, including Ukraine's territorial waters. We maintain our position that abiding by our obligations and upholding the principles of the UN Charter and abiding by the norms of international law is the only way to resolve this situation and to reach a just peace. We welcome the establishment of the Crimea Focal Points Network to facilitate constant and rapid communication between the representatives of participants' respective ministries of foreign affairs. Mr. President, we stand by Ukraine as it exercises its inherent right of self-determination and to defend its territorial integrity and sovereignty. We encourage other states and organizations to consider joining the International Crimea Platform.
We thank Prime Minister, and now I'm pleased to welcome the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Denmark, Her Excellency, Madam Mette Frederiksen.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, friends of Ukraine, tomorrow it will be exactly 6 months since Putin's brutal attack on Ukraine. It has been half a year of terror, of unspeakable suffering for the people of Ukraine. Attacks on civilians, women, children, elderly. And we will never forget the horrible crimes committed by Russia. And we need to ensure that Putin pays a high price for his war of aggression. A war that started 8 years ago in Crimea. Today we are together to reaffirm a simple message. Crimea is Ukraine, and the borders of Ukraine are internationally recognized, no matter the lies from Putin or anybody else stating the opposite. And there can be no doubt, it is up to Ukrainians to decide their own future, not an autocrat from Russia. Right now, Ukraine is fighting for democracy, for freedom, for justice, values that we all believe in and need to stand up for. And Denmark will do what we can to help the Ukraine people. 2 weeks ago, we hosted a donor conference in Copenhagen with Ukraine and the United Kingdom. Here, new contributions of 1.5 billion euros from international partners were announced, including 110 million from Denmark for additional weapons and training. And Denmark has taken on a special responsibility to help rebuild the city of Mykolaiv. We continue to support the return of all currently occupied territories of Ukraine, including Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. And we are, of course, ready to do more, because Ukraine, all of Ukraine, belongs to the Ukrainians. Thank you, President Zelensky, for your brave leadership. And thank you all present here today for doing the right thing and helping our friends in Ukraine in these dark times. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. And now I'm pleased to give the floor to the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium, His Excellency, Mr. Alexander De Croo.
Firstly, I would like to congratulate President Zelensky for the organization of this summit, which is a success. Personally, I see our meeting today as a way of not forgetting and reminding ourselves why we are fighting. Even if we are consumed by what is happening every day, the daily nuclear power plant, the indirect consequences of the war that we are facing throughout Europe, notably in terms of energy supplies this winter, we need to strive to keep in mind. To keep in mind that it is not normal that an atrocious war, which robs innocent people of their lives every day, is happening in the heart of Europe. To not forget that it did not begin yesterday, but long before in Crimea. The war in Ukraine and our joint endeavor in favor of the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine started with the first region of your country that became a victim of present-day Russian expansionism, Crimea. That is a fact. And Belgium remains very clear on the fact that the annexation of Crimea by Russia was illegal in 2014, and it is still illegal today. As we meet the persecution of dissident voices in Crimea and the violation of basic human rights of the Crimean Tatar community and of its leaders and activists continues unabated. It is unacceptable, and we are gathering here today not only to confirm our principal position that Crimea is an unalienable part of Ukraine, but also to reaffirm our message to Vladimir Putin. Everyone who violates international and human rights will be held accountable for the consequences of their actions. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my profoundest respect and support to all activists and citizens in the peninsula who are courageously standing up for their beliefs and for their rights and those of their community. We support you. We Belgians support you. We support Ukraine, its leadership and its people who have been forced by a brutal aggressor to wage an existential struggle for survival. All of us around the table have unequivocally and forcefully condemned the unprovoked, unjustified and illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine. The EU has never been more united, and our solidarity within the EU has rarely been as strong as today. We stand by your side, and we will continue to do. We have to prepare for a protracted conflict, even though the aggression is turning into a war of attrition. Some people are mentioning Ukraine fatigue. Let me assure you, there is no Ukraine fatigue in my country. My government and our population stand behind stands united behind Ukraine and will continue to stand united behind Ukraine, its leadership and its population. Our multifaceted support to Ukraine will therefore continue unwaveringly. Within the EU, we have already adopted 7 packages of sanctions and we are working on an 8th one. With our partners, we are increasing our political support to Ukraine. We are working together with the international community on economic, financial, military and humanitarian assistance. And we're looking forward to Ukraine's post-war future, launching the process of firmly anchoring the country to and in the EU, and setting up the necessary instruments to contribute strongly to the country's reconstruction. Vladimir, you can count on us. Ukraine can count on us. Belgium will continue to support you in your fight for freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. And the next speaker on the list is Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, His Excellency Andrej Plenković.
Thank you very much, Minister Kuleba, dear Dmitro, dear President Zelensky, dear Prime Minister Šmihal, dear President of Verkhovna Rada, Mr. Stefanchuk. I would like to, first of all, extend our full support, friendship, and sympathy for the Ukrainian people, for Crimean Tatars, for heroic struggle of the Ukrainian nation in last 6 months. Tomorrow it will be exactly 6 months after the brutal Russian aggression on your country, on your territory, on your nation, on your very identity, and everything that has ensued as the most vicious atrocities on the European continent. Croatia has strongly supported Ukraine over past 6 months as one of the countries that was the first one to recognize us back in 1991. Croatia offered diplomatic, political, financial, economic support, humanitarian support, and of course, military support. We stand behind your efforts to reintegrate your occupied territories. We stand behind your efforts to make the country functioning in the very dire circumstances. And we believe that the Crimea Platform Summit is an important forum which can emancipate the issue of Ukraine as a general issue, but also in particular the issue of Crimea. As you remember, I was there last summer to support you concretely when it comes to take Crimea, and I repeat this on behalf of the Croatian government also today. We are very much concerned with the situation of human rights on the Crimean Peninsula, as we have been following this issue over the past years, since 2014. And we feel that the international community should remain united, especially the West, strong and clear and principled vis-à-vis the situation that you are facing today. What is globally going on is the conflict between democracies and the authoritarian regimes. And this is the essential message. And the theater where this aggression takes place, unfortunately, is Ukraine. We will be behind you, we have been behind you, and you know that you have friends in Zagreb, and the entire Croatian nation is with you, and we will keep on supporting you, also receiving Ukrainian refugees on our territory and offering support in every way that we can. And I also greet my friend Mustafa Jamilev, who is also there with you. Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Heroyam Slava. Thank you, Prime Minister. For connection reasons, I would like to slightly adjust the lineup for our summit and try to bring in Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency D. Maxwell Sah Kimaya. He will speak on behalf of his President of Liberia. We will now try to connect with him and take our summit to Africa. Okay, I'm hearing from the editors that the connection has been lost. So while they are trying to restore the connection, I will give the floor to Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Petr Fiala. Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, The Crimea Platform is meeting at the highest level only for the second time. The situation has escalated significantly, but our goals have not changed. We are here again to discuss justice and to talk about the future, not only for Crimea, but for Ukraine as a whole. Our interests are moral, as the freedom of Crimea and the rights of its people are at stake, and also pragmatic, as stability in the Black Sea region is in everyone's interest. The Russian regime violates human rights dramatically in many territories it controls, and it's always trying to grab more. Our common mistake is that we fail to take a tougher stance against the violations of international law. We were ignoring many warnings and choose to remain passive. I say it is not only as the Prime Minister of a country that just a few days ago commemorated the Soviet invasion in August 1968. In this context, I would like to mention an important Crimean personality, Mustafa Dzhemilev, a fighter for human rights and one of the leaders of the Crimean Tatars. He bravely protested against the occupation of Czechoslovakia and was put in prison for that. It is the very same Mustafa Dzhemilev who is now prohibited by the Russian authorities from returning home. Once again, he is facing great injustice, just like many others. The Czech Republic is currently holding the presidency of the Council of the European Union, and the joint response to the situation in Ukraine is our top priority. We must do everything to resolve it, for Crimea, for Ukraine, and for us. Thank you.
We thank the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, and we will make another attempt to connect with Liberia. Please. Minister, the floor is yours. We are happy to see you on the screen. Thank you for connecting with us. Okay, the third attempt must be successful. In the meantime, we will go to Greece, and I am pleased to welcome the Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic, His Excellency, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis.
Dear President Zelensky, dear all, I'm very happy to be with you all today, even if virtually, on the eve of the National Day of Ukraine. 8 years have passed since Russia occupied and illegally annexed Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. And tomorrow, we mark 6 months from Russia's unprovoked invasion and war of aggression against Ukraine. These were not expressions of self-determination. They were textbook violations of basic rules and principles of international law. The inviolability of borders has been the foundation of post-Helsinki Europe. The occupation of Crimea in 2014 marked the first step. The 24th of February was the next step, a revisionist plan to redraw the borders of Europe. We have earlier similar experience with the Turkish invasion and occupation of a large part of Cyprus this brings to a country. We have all seen the consequences of the Crimea occupation and annexation. Human rights violations, in particular towards ethnic Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars, destruction of critical infrastructure, sharp deterioration of the freedom of navigation in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. The Crimea, historically the home of many peoples and cultures, including my own, is now being absorbed by Russian expansionism. And since February, Russia has also used Crimea for its military operations during the full-scale aggression against the territorial integrity of Ukraine. What lessons should be drawn from 2014? First and foremost, that revisionism and disrespect for basic principles of international law should be stopped from the start. If not, the aggressors are emboldened to pursue their agenda. At the end of the day, next to the heroic Ukrainian citizens whose lives were shattered by the war, our societies also face dire consequences because of the Russian aggression. Greece has unconditionally stood with Ukraine from the outset, consistent with our long history of standing against authoritarianism, against those who abuse their power to impose their will to their neighbor. We will continue to stand by Ukraine. As a matter of principle, Greece will not accept the change of borders Russia is trying to impose on Ukraine. Greece will be there, once this war is over, to support the reconstruction of Ukraine and help Kiev on its European path. Mr. President, you and your people are an inspiration to us all. Thank you for standing up for those values that are most dear to our peoples and our countries. And my warmest congratulations for tomorrow's celebration of the National Day of Ukraine.
Thank you. We will make the third attempt to connect with Liberia. Yes, I see my colleague, Foreign Minister, on the screen. Please, the floor is yours. Can you hear us? This doesn't seem. Can you hear us? Can you please unmute the microphone? We cannot hear you. We see you speaking, we cannot hear you. Unmute the mic, please. Okay, unfortunately, we were not able to connect, but we will distribute a statement by Liberia separately at a later stage. And now we will go to Luxembourg, and I'm honored to give the floor to Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, His Excellency Mr. Xavier Bettel.
Dear President, dear Volodymyr, dear friends, yes, a year ago when you started the Crimea Platform, we all wished that we wouldn't be again together to remember what happened in Crimea. We cannot forget. And let me tell you that coming from a small country where a bigger neighbor decided in our history that once Luxembourg shouldn't exist anymore and Luxembourgers would not exist anymore, we know what it means. We thought that this would never happen again. And so a breach of international law, no respect of borders, it's something we mostly know from our history book, but it's still the actuality. So we have to be solidar with you, because what happened to you yesterday can happen to others tomorrow. In Luxembourg, we are proud to welcome Ukrainians and to give, especially to young people, also education, but also to support you in Ukraine. I tell you, I was in Kiev a few weeks ago. I was impressed by you, Volodymyr, but also by the Ukrainians. I met people who lost everything, nothing left, who lost family, who lost their goods, who lost their houses. But they still have hope. As you know, at the beginning, I wanted to have contacts with both parts. But I visited Bucha. I saw what happened in Bucha. and afterwards to reward those criminals makes me, I prefer to avoid the word. But this is the reality. This is not a film. This is the reality. Every day, people are dying. Yes, Ukraine has to suffer because a bigger neighbor decided like that. So you can count on us. You were able to count on us. You can count on us. And we will be able to continue to count on us. And we don't have to give up. We should still remind every day what is going to happen in your country. It shouldn't be, it's like usual, and being accepted as a normal situation. That would be the worst case. Stay strong. You can count on us. And I hope that we will be soon be able to see us in a different situation, in a peace situation. You deserve, and especially all the Ukrainians who still hope that they will be able to live in peace. And also in Europe, you belong to our family.
Kind and touching words. And now we will go to North Macedonia, and I would like to invite His Excellency Dimitar Kovachevsky, the Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia, to take the floor.
Distinguished President of Ukraine, distinguished Prime Minister of Ukraine, dear friends, dear leaders of countries participants in the initiative International Crimea Platform, and leaders and representatives of the European Union and NATO member states, as well as representatives from other countries from all around the world at the second summit of the International Crimea Platform. I'm here to reaffirm the strong and ambiguous support of the Republic of North Macedonia for the united character of Ukraine, of its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, as well as of the inviolability of its borders. Last year, on this date, with the participation of our foreign minister at the founding summit of the Crimea Platform, we clearly and without hesitation reaffirmed the position on the side of protection of international humanitarian law, with a commitment for respect of the norms protecting the human rights as stipulated in the resolutions adopted by the UNGA and in the decisions of other international organizations. The Russian aggression over Ukraine is inadmissibly violation of the international law. We strongly condemn the military attacks over Ukraine undertaken by the Russian Federation and the crimes of Russian forces over civilians. That is why the Republic of North Macedonia decided to align itself 100% with the policies of the European Union when it comes to the war in Ukraine, and we joined to all respective measures and sanctions towards the Russian Federation. This alignment with the activities and policies of the European Union and the democratic world to us means staying on the real side at the real time. 1 year after the establishment of the Crimea Platform, whose purpose is to increase the effectiveness of the international response to the ongoing occupation over Crimea, and similar intentions for the other parts of Ukraine proved to be the right united efforts for jointly opposing to the increasing safety threats. We are all aware that they can have unwanted proportions, and therefore it is good that these united efforts for their prevention to continue. This platform was the result of such united efforts, but also of the solidarity between the European Union and NATO member states, and it is particularly good that the message of the democratic world is well understood. Yes, we are together and we are united in our efforts to prevent further violation of human rights in Ukraine in order to protect the Ukrainian people and Ukraine from the occupation regime. This presentation of force from one geographically larger country towards geographically smaller country that is determined to share democratic values is a dangerous and inadmissible example that must not turn into practice. Guns and tanks must remain in the history. Diplomacy and pens are the means for understanding of dialogue masses in the 21st century because, yes, peace is the most powerful weapon of humanity. The end of war in Ukraine will not bring victims to life, but the cease of this war days sooner will prevent new victims. Also, it will give a chance for rehabilitation of the economies, and this is necessary, and this is what the citizens expect from political leaders. That is why the Republic of North Macedonia, as a member and country that will have the presidency over the OSCE, remains fully engaged towards supporting the efforts for the multilateralism to transcend the militarism. In my capacity as Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia, I would like to reaffirm that we remain committed to supporting Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, and I avail myself of this opportunity to join the appeals to the Russian Federation to immediately cease the unprovoked and unjustified invasion and to refrain from future military actions throughout Ukraine. The future of the world depends on what is being done today, and the world, that is all of us, that are all countries without exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. We will now go to Montenegro, and I invite to take the floor Prime Minister of this country, His Excellency, Mr. Dritan Abazovic.
Dear President Zelensky, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, in August 2021, Kiev hosted the inaugural summit of the Crimea Platform. To step up the efficiency of international response to the occupation of Crimea, respond to growing security challenge, increase international pressure on Russia, prevent further human rights violation, protect victims of occupation regime, and achieve the main goal of the de-occupying Crimea and restoring Ukraine's sovereignty over the peninsula. We can all agree that it managed to achieve it all the more as Crimea Platform become an important diplomatic forum for a crucial instrument of Ukraine to coordinate international efforts aimed to assure its territorial integrity. Montenegro has supported this initiative since the very beginning. I would like to remind that in 2014, Montenegro was among many of other international partners to condemn the illegal annexation of the, and now 8 years on since the illegal annexation of Crimea, we continue to do so, in line with relevant UN resolution and EU Council decision. Unfortunately, this year's summit is taking place on full-scale military invasion of Ukraine by Russia Federation, which brutally started on February 24th. I would like to repeat, as I have done many times so far, that we firmly stand by Ukraine and its people as they face an unpredicted military aggression. We deplore the loss of lives, humanitarian suffering, and destruction of the country. Apart from the devastating consequence for Ukraine and its citizens, the war has a strong impact in international order and careers with its numerous geopolitical, economic, energy, and security implications. In a world that the war in Ukraine created a new geopolitical reality. Montenegro welcomes Ukraine's commitment to ending the occupation of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol through peaceful means, and pledging to support diplomatic efforts to the end. We express solidarity with Ukrainians, including Crimea Tatars, civic activists, journalists, human rights defenders, who continue to oppose Russian occupation on the peninsula. At the end of my intervention, I would like to stress that protecting the world order based on norms and principles of international law, as well as protecting the human rights, will serve the interests of democratic community as whole. To the end, we are committed to supporting this platform to the success. Montenegro, along with its sovereign neighbor, I assure you that we remain ready in our support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity within its internationally recognized border. On the eve of Ukraine's 31st anniversary of independence, we stand together with Ukraine. Above all, I sincerely hope that soon, with joint international efforts, we will contribute to the reconstruction of this country, creating a bright future and new opportunities for the friendly Ukrainian people and for Ukrainian to prosperous, free, and prosperous country. You have the truly friends in people of Montenegro. Thank you very much, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We received a kind request from Liberia to give them another opportunity to connect with us. So with the kind agreement of other participants of the summit, I'm giving the floor to Liberia, to Foreign Minister of Liberia. Please, sir, unmute your microphone and we will be happy to listen to you.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. His Excellency, President Zelensky, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all extend our profound thanks and appreciation to His Excellency President Zelensky and the organizers of this important summit. I bring you greetings and best wishes from His Excellency Dr. George Manuel Weah, President of the Republic of Liberia, and the government and people of Liberia. His Excellency President Weah had planned to personally be present at this online summit, but could not due to unavoidable national engagement. I am pleased to join you in commemorating the first anniversary of the International Crimea Platform. Liberia's participation is a show of solidarity with the government and people of Ukraine as they endure the ongoing encroachment of their sovereignty. We support a free and safe Ukraine. Our support is based on one of the cardinal pillars of our foreign policy objectives, which stipulates the promotion of peace and harmony based on the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of other states. We hold the strongest conviction that there can never be a justification for the invasion and occupation of a sovereign state, as is currently being done by the Russian Federation in Ukraine, which is causing the indiscriminate death of civilians and massive destruction of infrastructure. For this reason, Liberia supports and joins the joint declaration of the International Crimea Platform to be done at the end of this summit by the participants. The Republic of Liberia condemns in the strongest terms the continued perpetration of violence and brutality in Ukraine. We believe that the exercise of the sovereign rights of a nation state is no justification for its plundering. We condemn to the maximum extent the continuous brutality and violation of the basic and inalienable rights of the Ukrainian people by the Russian Federation. Confederation, Liberia will continue to champion and defend the cause of self-determination and self-administration without external interference. We call for an immediate end to the plunder of Ukraine. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We were pleased to hear your message. You mentioned that Liberia is joining the declaration of the second summit of the Crimea Platform. In this context, I'm also pleased to inform participants and our viewers that another African country, Niger, has endorsed the Crimea Platform Declaration. Its president will not be able to address us today, but this country officially informed us that they fully support the purposes of the declaration of the Crimea Platform and are joining our format, which is also appreciated. Now I will take us back to Europe, and I would like to welcome Prime Minister of Romania, His Excellency Mr. Nicolae Ionel Ciucă.
Your Excellency President Zelensky, distinguished heads of state and government, dear colleagues, before 24 February, few of us could have imagined the scale of destruction, of atrocities, and the human suffering that followed. During the past 6 months, the Russian aggression against Ukraine has created the gravest security and humanitarian crisis on the European continent since the end of the World War II, with extremely serious consequences worldwide. And with this illegal and brutal war, Russia showed the world that it is a state that does not shy away from blatant aggression, from breaking international law, including the international humanitarian law, that it is a state that openly pursues a policy of spheres of influence. Few of us thought this still could have been possible in the 21st century, although we witnessed the 2008 war in Georgia and the 2014 illegal annexation of Crimea. As this illegal war continues, we should stand firmly united in support of Ukrainians' independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its international recognized borders. We should make clear time and time again that Ukraine, as well as all the other countries, including in the eastern neighborhood, have the legitimate and sovereign right to pursue their own security and foreign policy arrangements based on their own legitimate choices, free of any outside interference. Our unity and solidarity in providing concrete multidimensional support to the heroic struggle of the Ukrainian people has been and remains our strongest asset. Russia failed to take into account this strong and clear response of the international democratic community as a whole, as it failed to recognize the determination of the Ukrainian people to defend their freedom. We should continue to strengthen our collective stance and redouble our joint effort in support of Ukraine. As the EU member state and NATO ally with the longest land border with Ukraine, Romania and the Romanian people have done their utmost to help Ukraine and the more than 2 million refugees that sought shelter from the war. Our support to Ukraine continues to be manifold and advancing on several tracks: political, economic, financial, humanitarian, diplomatic, and in the field of international law in order to ensure accountability and fighting impunity. Since the summit last year, the situation in the illegally annexed Crimea has become much worse. The repressive measures against Ukrainians, including Crimean Tatars, and the gross violation of their human rights have intensified. The aggressive imposition of education in Russian and of Russian curricula has continued unabated. The peninsula is heavily militarized and has been used as a launching pad for the military invasion of Ukrainian southern region and for launching missile strikes at civilians and civilian infrastructures in the rest of Ukraine. An ever more worrying trend has emerged using Crimea as a textbook case for forcibly and illegally integrating occupied Ukrainian territories into Russian control. The past has taught us over and over again that failing to firmly stand up for the rules-based international order carries a heavy price. 83 years ago to the day, on 23 August 1939, the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact was the final preparatory step to unleashing the gravest catastrophe that humankind has known. Ukraine is fighting today not only to defend itself and its people, its territorial integrity and sovereignty, its freedom and legitimate right to join the European family, but also our shared values and principles that form the cornerstone of our way of life. We are duty-bound to support Ukraine with everything is in our power to resist and repel the aggression. We have to firmly stand with Ukraine. You may count on Romania, and Ukraine must win. I would like also to congratulate you for your National Day. Slava Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Героям слава. Thank you, Prime Minister. And thank you for all the support that your country has provided to us. Now I would like to give the floor to the President of the Government of Spain, His Excellency, Mr. Pedro Sanchez.
Dear participants, it is a great honor for me to be part of the second summit of the International Crimea Platform. The Crimea Platform has been crucial in fostering a strong international response condemning Russia's illegal occupation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, as well as the invasion of Ukraine that started last February. We're determined to defend Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, including its territorial waters. This was clearly shown during the recent NATO summit in Madrid. Spain reiterates its strongest condemnation against the unjustified aggression, including notably the temporary occupation of the Crimean Peninsula, where its illegal actions are blatant violations of international humanitarian law and human rights. We call upon Russia to withdraw from the entire territory of Ukraine within its international recognized borders. We're extremely concerned by the Russian occupation of Ukraine ports as it violates maritime laws and hinders the freedom of the traffic in the Black Sea, exacerbating food insecurity and threatening the lives of millions of people all over the world. Spain's political, humanitarian and military support to Ukraine has been constant since the beginning, delivering several tons of humanitarian aid and welcoming over 130,000 Ukrainians. We contribute to the European Peace Facility, and we also need to support the reconstruction of Ukraine. During the Lugano Conference on Ukraine's recovery, Spain announced a contribution of around 250 million euros channeled through the World Bank and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. In a scenario of long and protracted war, unity among partners and allies will be key. The role of the International Crimea Platform is essential as it unifies international efforts in its support to the heroic defense of Ukraine and its people. Thank you.
We thank Prime Minister of Spain, and now I would like to take you to another part of the world, namely to New Zealand, and give the floor to Her Excellency Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern.
Mana, ina leo, ina iwi, ina raurangatira mā, tēnā koutou katoa, President Zelensky, Minister Schmihal, Excellencies and friends. In 2021, Aotearoa New Zealand signed on to support the Crimea Platform in order to highlight our deeply held concern at Russia's ongoing violation of Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity since 2014. Russia's actions since last year's meeting, and particularly over the last 6 months, have been an absolute affront to all of us. No matter a country's size, wealth or power, its borders are sovereign, and unilateral resort to military aggression to settle disputes directly contravenes the UN Charter. Our presence here today demonstrates that we stand in unity with Ukraine. The Crimea Platform provides us with an important opportunity to continue to use our collective voice to hold Russia to account for its actions. We must stand firm in our commitment to the rules-based order, continue to call for diplomatic engagement at every opportunity, and demand the fulfilment of international human rights obligations. Aotearoa New Zealand condemned Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014 and continues to condemn unequivocally Russia's unprovoked and illegal invasion of Ukraine since February 2022. We stand with Ukraine in complete solidarity for its sovereignty and territorial integrity. New Zealand is playing our part and will continue to do so. We've sanctioned more than 900 Russian and Belarusian individuals and entities and imposed substantial trade restrictions. We plan further sanctions to reinforce our opposition to the conflict, to exert pressure on Russia, and to complement sanctions imposed by other countries. We've provided humanitarian assistance and a special visa for family members of our Ukrainian community wishing to enter New Zealand. We're providing military and non-military assistance. Early in the invasion, we deployed our Defence Force personnel and assets to support Ukraine's response. We sent logistics specialists in a C-130 Hercules aircraft to carry much-needed equipment and supplies to key distribution centres in the United Kingdom. We've sent intelligence officers and artillery training team to support Ukrainian troops, and last week we announced a further 120 Defence Force training specialists to also help train Ukrainian soldiers in the United Kingdom. We're also making significant contributions to the international legal effort to hold Russia accountable, including by joining Ukraine's case against Russia at the International Court of Justice and by supporting the International Criminal Court to investigate war crimes in Ukraine. In total, New Zealand has provided more than $45 million in different forms of assistance to Ukraine this year. Although New Zealand is distant geographically, we stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. We see the devastating human toll of the war and Russian occupation. We feel strongly that Ukraine's peace and security affects all of us, and we remain committed to lending our support. Our message for Russia is simple. The time has come to change course. Russia must act in a manner consistent with all of its international obligations, withdraw its troops, and end this war immediately.
Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. During this summit, we dedicated a lot of time to discussing the issues with human rights in the occupied Crimea and systemic persecutions arranged by the Russian authorities against all dissidents in the peninsula. To wrap up on this important issue, I would like to invite to take the floor Mr. Nathan Sharansky, Chair of the Supervisory Board of Babin Yar Holocaust Memorial Center, former Deputy Prime Minister of the State of Israel, and most famously human rights activist and political prisoner in the Soviet Union. Mr. Sharansky, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, distinguished leaders of the free world, I am very glad to have an opportunity to talk to you. I am especially glad to welcome my old friend and comrade in arms, Mustafa Dzhemilov. More than 40 years ago, I was among those who demonstrated demanding his release. I was among those who were sending documents to all the world about tragic life of Crimea Tatars who were expelled from Crimea. Half of them died in Siberia and Kazakhstan. And then, until the last years of the Soviet Union, they were not permitted to come back. That was the awful example of the genocide against people in Crimea, and definitely crime against humanity. For our struggle for the rights of all the people, different nationalities in the Soviet Union, we were accused to be in high treason, and I spent many years in prison. But we did hope that after the fall of Soviet Union, these problems are behind us. And we were very glad to see that in new Ukraine, the people like Crimea Tatars have full rights, and the memory about Holocaust is also restored. Unfortunately, our hope that now the suffering of people in Crimea is finished were not justified. 8 years ago, this cruel aggression and the occupation of Crimea created a strange situation. On one hand, the world understood what a crime it is. On the other hand, we heard the voices that maybe we should not be too active in resisting to Russian aggression. Maybe it is a separate episode. And of the free world encouraged Russian imperialism. It encouraged Russian aggression. In fact, Crimea was used as a launching pad for the continued aggression. Today, Ukraine is paying a very heavy price, but it's fighting for its right to exist as free nation, and also it fights for the future of all the free world. And we understand it very well. I'm really very sorry that my government is not participating in this important conference. I'm sorry that there are some voices which call to be cautious, but I want to assure you that public opinion of Israel, that Israelis not only full deep solidarity with Ukraine, but we understand how kindred are, how similar are our faiths, that we were fighting for many years for our right to be Jewish democratic state, and Ukraine is now fighting for its right to be Ukrainian free democratic state. And our hearts and our solidarity is with you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Mr. Sharansky. Online summits always require certain cautiousness and time adjustments. So now, before wrapping up on this part of our distinguished gathering, I would like to go back to the other part of our planet and give the floor to the Foreign Minister of Australia, Penny Wong, who will deliver a message on behalf of the Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. It has been 8 long years since Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea, and 6 long months since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. These are gross violations of international law, and they fly in the face of Russia's commitment to Ukraine's territorial integrity under the 1994 Budapest Memorandum. This is not the first time we have seen such flagrant disregard for international law and human rights from Russia. We have seen it before in Crimea. The oppression of hundreds of thousands of Crimean Tatars, a hostile force imposing its will on peaceful local populations, persecuting and exiling a people, repressing culture, religion and language, destroying cultural relics, and holding sham referenda. In February, Russia sought to replicate this reprehensible strategy throughout Ukraine. It continues these brutal actions across the Donbass, in Kherson and elsewhere in southern Ukraine. 6 million Ukrainians are seeking refuge in Europe and countries like Australia. Another 6 million are internally displaced. There is clear evidence of Russia committing egregious war crimes, torture, mass executions, rape, shelling civilians, and forced deportations, including of children. Australia deplores Russia's suppression of human rights in Crimea, including arbitrary detentions and arrests, torture and forced disappearances, including of the Medjlis of the Crimean Tatar people. Australia condemns the Russian government's limitations on freedom of religion and belief, and freedom of expression and association, through the suppression of internal opposition and protest by Russian people against this war. We call on Russia to immediately withdraw its forces from Ukraine, comply with its obligations under international law, release all Ukrainian prisoners unjustly detained in Crimea, and allow access by international monitors. Since 2014, Australia has maintained an autonomous sanctions regime that includes targeted financial sanctions and travel bans against people and entities responsible for or complicit in the illegal annexation of Crimea. Australia has proudly committed 388 million Australian dollars in military assistance and $65 million in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. We believe in political freedom, human rights, the rule of law, and the rules-based international order. Prime Minister Albanese's visit to Kyiv on the 3rd of July was the first by an Australian Prime Minister, and it demonstrated the strength of our commitment to those shared values. We pay tribute to the incredible courage and resilience shown by the Ukrainian people. Australia stands with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ukraine is unimaginable without Crimea, and in Ukraine, Crimea is unimaginable without Kherson region. Two neighboring regions of Ukraine. They are deeply interconnected, and after the illegal occupation of Crimea by Russia, Ukrainian Crimean authorities moved to the Kherson region along with many refugees. Therefore, I invite you to enjoy a short video dedicated to Kherson region and its future. Thank you.
Black Horde from south. Following Crimea, parts of Kherson and Zaporizhia regions found themselves in occupation. Thousands of people are forced to flee, to abandon their homes and everything they had in them. Again.
Я не медик, у меня нету навыков, я не могу пойти, там, допустим, воевать, у меня маленькие дети. Мне нужно было сделать свой вклад в помощь моей стране.
Crimean resident Irina Makucha makes her contribution in a simple field kitchen. She cooks for the military and elderly people living nearby in Kiev's cheap old apartment buildings called Khrushchev.
2022 год научил нас понимать, что случится может все что угодно. Даже то, чего ты в страшном сне себе не предполагаешь.
Her nightmare began back in 2014, when Irina fled from the occupied Crimea with 3 kids and an infant in her hands. Out there, she was a successful businesswoman. In Novokakhovka, she became a seamstress.
В 2014 году швейка нужна, то есть все швейки были заняты на оборонку. Все, хоть кто-то умел хоть 2 куска ткани сложить, все шили туда. Нужно было все. Конкретно мы шили спальники, потом мы шили наколенники, потом мы пробовали даже разгрузки шить.
Yet, 8 years later, the war has come after her even to the lands of Kherson region. she had to flee again.
Ты видишь, как эти долбаные вертушки летят над рынком, вот вообще на низкой-низкой высоте, ты их номера видишь, эти звездочки, и они летят на ГЭС. И ты понимаешь, что ты ничего не можешь с ними сделать.
Те, що зараз відбувається на новоокупованих територіях, в Херсоні, в інших, це, власне, є прототипом того, що робилося в Криму. В Криму був такою тестовою площадкою для ведення репресій, для зневолення людей, для подавлення такого видимого протесту.
В Крым начали привозить арестованных уже вновь захваченных территорий с Херсонской и Запорожской областей.
This story is also about the husband of Ksenia Mironova. As soon as the enemy army began moving towards Kherson, Denis, a former military, joined the ranks of territorial defense.
Мой муж каждый день куда-то уезжал, говорил, что или там что-то доставали они топливо, или они там покупали этот хлеб. Каждый день мы выходили на охоту, можно сказать. Эти очередя, дети, конечно, наши, они не привыкли к этому. Когда мне ребенок за хлебом простоял 2,5 часа, вернулся, для него это было удивление, как будто советские времена.
The occupiers seized the city. They have immediately started cracking down on the locals. They tracked down Denis as well.
Буквально за день до этого он обзвонил всех наших друзей и соседей и просил, чтобы они, если что, меня не бросали. Может быть, он что-то знал, догадывался или готовился, я не знаю.
Invaders held Denis in a basement together with other captives. They beat him. They abused him. They sent him half alive to Crimea. He died there because of numerous injuries.
У него было сломано 4 ребра, повреждено легкое. Но эти травмы не смертельны, если бы вовремя оказывалась медицинская помощь, которой не было. И вот он просто умирал в этих муках.
She made no secret to her son, but he has understood something on his own. His father would have been proud of him.
У него планы моего ребенка, он уже хочет отстраивать ее. Он хочет куда-то поступать строительные, какие-то планы строить дома красивые, мосты. У нас очень большая беда и потеря в семье. Но это не значит, что мы перестали любить Украину, родину свою, наоборот. Мы теперь только и живем в надежде на эту победу.
Dear participants, dear viewers of the Crimea Platform Summit, I am pleased to inform you that we are joined by the Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk, and Prime Minister of Ukraine, Mr. Denis Shmyhal. With this, we will proceed to the next part of our summit, and I would like to invite you to watch a short video dedicated to the economic recovery of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea after
the blooming land, tourist Mecca, Ukrainian Crimea has turned into ruins under the occupant rule. Its economy is experiencing a deep dive. Racketeering and political persecution make work impossible for thousands of Crimean entrepreneurs.
Маски-шоу приїжджали, поліцейські, вимушували всіх покидати ресторан.
Top restaurant in Bakhchisarai and one of the best in Crimea. That is how Kemal Seytveliev's family restaurant was described. It has been that way before 2014, before the Russian occupants came.
Там деякий час збирався меджліс, там був український прапор. Він був такою точкою, де дуже багато людей, які були проти цих подій, вони збиралися, говорили один з одним. Дуже швидко через це і закрили.
Still, when some close down and prohibit, others give opportunities. Ukraine is already working not only on deoccupying Crimea, but also on developing the vision for the liberated peninsula.
Зараз ми працюємо над стратегією економічного відновлення Криму після деокупації півострову. І ми покажемо ці рішення для наших громадян України, тобто яким чином Крим в економічному плані буде виглядати після повернення. І ми дійсно віримо в те, що ця привабливість в економічному плані, в тому числі Криму, буде сприяти деокупації півострову.
Якщо рахувати загальні втрати, це близько 88 мільярдів доларів за цей період, от з моменту тимчасової окупації Криму. Ну і приблизно такий порядок потрібен буде інвестицій.
Investments will restore the mining industry, agriculture and energy from ruins. The energy system of Crimea will become a part of the whole European one. Renewable energy sources will evolve. The new air hub in Ukrainian Crimea will bring to our country additional 1.5 million tourists a year. 5 million cars will take new roads, and the notorious Crimean Bridge will be safely dismantled. Sea transport will annually bring another 150,000 travelers to the peninsula. All 5 Crimean ports will be integrated into the unified maritime cargo system of Ukraine. Ukrainian institutions of higher and secondary education will return to the free Crimea. Indigenous people of the peninsula will be able to get an education in their native language. New institutes and museums will be established.
Думаю, що буде таке відчуття, як і з Ізраїлем, що люди будуть повертатися і відбудовувати. Це десятки тисяч компаній, і вони не тільки в Україні, вони зараз по всьому світу є.
The general recovery concept is based on simple principles. Incomprehensible to the aggressor, clear to anyone from Ukraine. Ukraine's Crimea has to become open to the world, be independent in energy supplies, and rejoin the legal area. Become the best and the most secure place on the continent. And the integral mosaic uniting the variety of cultures. We want world-known hotel brands to come here. The road to them should be fast and convenient, both from Kiev and from European capitals, from our home to Rome. We will reopen beaches that have been savagely occupied and restricted. The protected area will host modern rehabilitation centers for the soldiers who defend our state and political prisoners who will be released.
Само кримськотатарське суспільство, воно дуже активно і до анексії. Якщо Крим повернеться, буде дуже швидке відновлення кримськотатарського бізнесу в тому числі.
After being ousted from Crimea, Kemal Seytveliev opened a restaurant chain in Kiev. Here it feels like a part of his native Crimea. These restaurants are adored by the guests, but the biggest dream of the restaurateur is to return together with his family and his business back to Bakhchisarai, back home.
Ми маємо відноситися до Криму, як він був би в Україні, і він буде в Україні. Все, що є в ресторані, воно робиться так, як ми б хотіли, щоб воно було в нас вдома. Може, в цьому і є якийсь секрет.
now gives me a particular pleasure to invite to take the floor Mr. Denis Shmyhal, the Prime Minister of Ukraine, to deliver his statement. Please.
Mr. Speaker, Your Excellencies, dear friends and guests, ladies and gentlemen, Prime Ministers, Ministers, I would like to greet you, the Ukrainians, at our second International Crimean Platform Summit, United European Divided Ukraine from Uzhhorod to Luhansk, from Chernihiv to Sebastopol. This is a dream and vision of many generations of Ukrainians fighters for independence and freedom of our country. That's the way we want to see Ukraine, and that's the way we will rebuild it for all, by all means. 4 years of the occupation, the peninsula is turned into a big military based by Russia. The rough losses from the temporary occupation amount to $118 billion. Presently, the Crimea is one of the hubs from which they launch missiles against Ukrainian communities. The military infrastructure of Russia and the Crimea has become a legitimate target for Ukraine, so we're prepared for demilitarization of the Crimea and the removal of the threats for Ukraine as well as whole Europe. And we would like to greet voluntary withdrawal of the forces, fallback from the Crimea and other territories temporarily occupied. We have no doubts that the day is near at hand when the uninvited guests leave the Ukrainian peninsula. Now they have choice of formats in which to do it. After the occupation, the Crimea will become part and parcel of the big plan for Ukraine's reconstruction. This plan has been developed. It was presented in Lugano. For transformation of all our country, there is a section dedicated to the Crimea and its reconstruction. This stage we present the basic concept, which is to be improved in more detail, but the strategic areas will stay unchanged, just specified, and some meat will be added to the gist of some projects. We remember our trips to the seaside, the highlands, the sun. After 2014, the Crimea is associated with Russian troops, political persecution, environmental problems, and the war. We have to turn the Crimea into a blossoming orchard. This is our strategy for the European Ukraine, the European Crimea. And the Crimea open for the world. This is a new European resort with a new infrastructure. The Crimea will become part of the European transportation space. The Crimea will be integrated into the European TNT road network. That will mean new roads leading to the Crimea by rail, with motorways and creation of a powerful aviation hub. This is another opportunity for the Crimea to come back to its status as one of the best resorts in Ukraine. Crimea 365, creation of infrastructure around the year, and development of hotels of the full cycles with the leading operators and developers, cult festivals, revival of the infrastructure for business, for conferences, construction of the biggest in the south of Ukraine concert hall. Such developments will invite to the Ukrainian tourist market citizens of the EU countries and other friendly countries. For airports alone, we can increase the flow of tourists by 1.5 million people annually. The energy component will have full-scale integration of the energy system of the Crimea into the Ukrainian grid, and that means instant integration into the NTSOE system of Europe. Development of renewables, also wind energy in the Black Sea and the Azov Sea, the great potential of oil and gas sector, removal of the military threat from the Russian 2 trillion cubic meters of the natural gas offshore. Ukraine, emphasis on binaries, and this is part and parcel of the environmentally friendly development of system irrigation, support of the heritage sites, grant programs for development of craft wines and agricultural products. That's the concept of the Crimea as a blossoming orchard. Flourishing Crimea is an action plan, not just a dream. So the environmental issue is very important now. Russia is consistently destroying wild nature, polluting soil and water. We have to introduce the European Green Deal course and the Green course. So development of the Crimea will take place in that kind of framework, introduction of environmentally friendly climatic standards for the business development, chemical industries, the status of resource for the ecological systems, rehabilitation of the soils and new water supply system, waste management, liquidation of the after effects of militarization of the peninsula. All these issues are important for systemic restoration of the environment of the Ukrainian peninsula. At the same time, Crimea is not just a separate individual territory developing in some kind of vacuum. It will develop as part of the united economic space of Ukraine under the big reconstruction plan. Back in 2014, the devastation of the security system started in the Crimea. Without bringing the Crimea back, it is impossible to re-establish the balance. On the day of our national flag, we have no doubt that our flag, our flying colors will be seen in Ukrainian Sebastopol, Simferopol, Yalta, and other Crimean, Ukrainian cities. The Crimea will blossom like all Ukraine. Glory be to Ukraine, glory be to our Ukrainian Crimea and the citizens of Ukrainian citizens of the Crimea.
Well, thank you, Prime Minister. You've outlined the perspectives for the renovation of Crimea. This is crucially important for the Crimean people, for Ukrainian people, to understand what the life would like after the end of the occupation.
Of our summit, where distinguished secretaries general of international organizations will address us, and I would like to begin by giving the floor to the United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres.
During my recent visit to Ukraine, I agreed with President Zelensky to convey a message on the position of the United Nations regarding the status of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol as part of Ukraine. I want to utilize this opportunity to reaffirm that the United Nations is guided by General Assembly Resolution 68/262 on the territorial integrity of Ukraine. In line with relevant General Assembly resolutions, I wish to reaffirm the commitment of the United Nations to the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Respect for territorial integrity of states is fundamental to the international legal order. The territorial integrity of states is underpinned and protected by several of the great principles of the Charter. The principle of refraining from the threat of use of force in international relations, the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples, and the principle of the sovereign equality of states. This has been reaffirmed by the General Assembly in its Declaration of Principles of International Law concerning friendly relations and cooperation among states in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, the so-called Friendly Relations Declaration. The territorial integrity of states is inviolable. Every state must refrain from any action aimed at the total or partial disruption of the national unity and territorial integrity of any other state. Most fundamentally, the territory of a state shall not be the object of acquisition by another state resulting from the threat or use of force. All of these represent bedrock principles and long-standing policies to which the United Nations is fully committed. In addition, in response to a request by the General Assembly in Resolution 73-263, I have also issued reports on the, and I quote, situation of human rights in the temporarily occupied Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, Ukraine, end of quote. Since 2018, I have submitted 6 such reports. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights continues to closely monitor the human rights situation. Thank you.
We thank Secretary General of the United Nations and proceed to the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Madam Maria Pejcinovic Buric.
Prime Minister Shmyhal, Speaker of the Parliament Stefanchuk, dear Ukrainian friends, Excellencies. The Council of Europe is proud to participate in the Crimea Platform. Our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity is steadfast and includes our long-standing opposition to the Russian Federation's illegal annexation of Crimea. But this
Maria, if I may, we lost you. We cannot hear you. We can still see you, but we cannot hear you. Can you double check your microphone?
Okay, yeah. Is it better now?
Now we can hear you again. Thank you.
Yeah. And our member states were right to expel the country from our organization earlier this year. Now, our focus is on doing what we can to support Ukraine and its people. Our experts are helping the Office of the Prosecutor General as it investigates evidence of war crimes. With the Ukrainian authorities, we have agreed an adjusted action plan, bolstering institutions, including the justice system and the media, given the challenges they now face. And we are helping member states support Ukrainian refugees who have fled. It is also important to acknowledge that the situation in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol has further deteriorated. I heard first-hand accounts of this suffering. I met activists and others at the administrative boundary line near Kherson. And I was also able to talk about the issues at stake with leaders of the Majlis of Crimean Tatars in May of this year. Since then, my team has held consultations with Tatar representatives and with other human rights defenders and civil society activists. And we will continue to work with them on ways to shed light on human rights violations. In June, I presented my first report on the human rights situation in Crimea. And this was followed by a decision of our member states to continue their monitoring of the situation. There are obvious limits to what can be done given the reality on the ground. But we will do all that we can, and our approach will respond as circumstances change. This is true for Crimea and for all of Ukraine. While in the country earlier this year, I was able to assure President Zelensky that the Council of Europe will continue to stand in solidarity with his country, as we all seek a just, sustainable peace grounded in international law, in which every Ukrainian is able to benefit from the human rights, democracy, and the rule of law standards that are theirs by right. And finally, congratulations on your Independence Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General, for your kind words, and continued support. The next speaker on my list is Secretary General of the Organization for Democracy and Economic Development, Guam, Ambassador Altai Efendiev.
Шановні представники влади України,
Dear representatives of Ukrainian authorities, Mustafa Jamiliev, and
honorable participants. Since I'm addressing you from the headquarters in Kiev, let me start by congratulating Ukraine with two national holidays, the Flag Day, State Flag Day, and the Independence Day that will be followed tomorrow. This year, these holidays are being celebrated by repulsing on the battlefield the unjustified and unprovoked aggression by the Russian Federation initiated on February 24th. We admire the bravery and the dedication of the Ukrainian people in defending their freedom and independence, their heroism and unbreakable spirit in fiercely fighting to preserve their national identity, the right to exist and to decide on their future by themselves. We call on you to stay united and strong and wish you every success in your just, epical, faithful, and missionary struggle. Obtaining this year of the EU candidate status is a big step in this direction. I met the start of the war in Kiev and witnessed the unfolding full-fledged invasion with all its atrocities and horrors. The death of innocent civilians, massive destruction and demolition of cities and towns. The nation is paying a very high price in this existential struggle. And I wish to extend our profound condolences to the Ukrainian people. We share your pain and suffering. And of course, I want to to express our strong solidarity. Convening the second summit of the Crimea Platform in given circumstances is yet another diplomatic victory of Ukraine that instills hope for a better future. We wish every success to these initiatives aimed at restoration of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine within internationally recognized border, and with that, peace and cooperation in the wider Black Sea region. We reiterate our full commitment to these objectives. In my statement at the forum last year, referring to the lessons from our region, I warned of the danger of the decades-long inertia of inaction of the international community vis-à-vis flagrant violations of the norms and principles of international law and the impunity of perpetrators. It took 184 days to witness yet another terrible aftermath of such an attitude, this time unprecedented in its scale, brutality, and potential global consequences. Conflicts and wars in our region, including this one, could have been prevented should the international community and its institutions have acted preemptively, uncompromisingly, resolutely, united, and forcefully in protecting law and basic principles of peaceful coexistence. Today, we are in need to critically reassess and rectify mistakes of the recent past, recalibrate the malfunctioning, discredited institution, redesign the whole system of international relations that would ensure rules-based, predictable, and peaceful coexistence among all nations, big and small. This collective initiative, this coalition of willing, growing, can be viewed as a step in the right direction. In the new security and cooperation architecture, the role of regional groupings based on common rules and shared visions and interests will significantly increase. The Guam organization can be one of such important regional pillars of stability and cooperation in the region of ever-growing strategic importance. From the very beginning of the war, we stand firmly with Ukraine in our unwavering support of its territorial integrity and sovereignty. Our member states consistently provide humanitarian aid and other non-military assistance to support Ukraine and its people at this extremely hard time. Additionally, region and member states encountered another enormous challenge because of this war. The national infrastructures of Guam states have been tested to their limits to cope with the exponentially growing volumes of transit shipments to Ukraine, as well as to serve as an alternative route in east-west transport corridor to replace the blocked and sanctioned route and suppliers. All mentioned on one side emphasize the significance of the geography of the region as a critical link, and the other even more emphasize the need to develop, modernize, and expand regional infrastructure capacities to withstand the increasing pressure. Guam responded to this challenge with its flagship initiative, the development of Guam Transport Corridor. I will share a map and will continue with the text. Sorry.
Okay. We lost, unfortunately, we lost the connection with the Guam Secretary General. He was close to concluding his remarks. We will be looking forward to receiving his remarks in full. In the meantime, I would like to proceed further. And another important international institution that has joined us today is the Organization of American States. I have the pleasure to give the floor to the Secretary General of this organization, Mr. Luis Almagro.
La terrible situación que enfrenta hoy el pueblo ucraniano como consecuencia de la invasión rusa nos obliga a todos a manifestar nuestra condena más enérgica. Más allá de las regiones, lo que sufre Ucrania es también competencia de nosotros, los pueblos americanos reunidos en la Organización de los Estados Americanos. Nuestra región se ha construido sobre un conjunto de principios y obligaciones que van más allá de nuestra frontera.
We have our own principles and we have our own commitments with regards to sovereignty and territorial integrity, the peaceful settlement of disputes and other principles of international law. These are principles that we must all be vigilant in any region of the world. Violation of them anywhere in the world affects everyone else. This fight of the Ukrainian it has to do with all the platform. And the American continent was the first to affirm international obligation, the representative diplomacy as the form of government. And of course, we have to understand the form of governance in the other countries. And a force has been used against Ukraine despite the will of the Ukrainian people, and we have to take that into consideration. As to our organization and our continent, we have immediately expressed our position as to the Russian invasion, and this should never have happened, and we've released a communiqué in this spirit with regards to the regional principles and the principles of the whole organizations of the UN. This is the violation of human rights, the use of force, and this provides certain commitment for us. We offer condolences to all the suffering of the Ukrainian people. We know that we have to protect the values the democracy, the respect to the territorial integrity of the country. These are the fundamental values.
And now the floor goes to the Secretary General of the OSCE, Madam Helga Maria Schmidt.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ever since 24 February, every OSCE Permanent Council agenda begins with the Russian Federation's ongoing aggression against Ukraine. The Chair has been firm in ensuring that this topic remains at the forefront of our discussions. And indeed, the war waged against Ukraine is unprovoked and unjustified. It did not have to be like this. The OSCE has stood for security and cooperation since its earliest days, and options for dialogue were offered, including the renewed OSCE European Security Dialogue launched by the chairman in office in early February. But Russia chose force over dialogue, and the consequences are profound. My recent trip to Ukraine, together with our Polish chair, left an indelible mark on me of the impact of the war on society. And in the midst of this devastation, I felt from your citizens a deep respect for and trust in their country, in its leadership, in its people. I felt their desire to focus on building a better, a more peaceful, a more secure and prosperous future. In this light, the work of the OSCE is more urgent now than ever, both in practice and in principle. For almost 3 decades, we have partnered with the Ukrainian government and Ukrainian people to strengthen the foundations of a secure and prosperous society. We have built relationships with government and civil society, providing support and building capacity on matters of human security, environmental safeguards, good governance, and more. Today, the ongoing war is creating enormous needs in the country. Ukraine itself, Poland, Sweden and North Macedonia as the current troika, and the overwhelming majority of OSCE participating states have indicated their desire to see continued strong OSCE engagement and presence in Ukraine, which we will deliver through a new 3-year support program for Ukraine. When I traveled to Kiev with our chairman in office, Rao, in early August, our message was clear. The OSCE stands by the people of Ukraine. I was in Turkey only 2 weeks ago and welcomed the brokering of the Black Sea Grain Initiative that, as noted by the UN Secretary General, will help vulnerable people in every corner of the world. I also echo his call for peace in line with the UN Charter and with international law, and I will add the Helsinki Principles. The Helsinki Principles are the very foundation of the OSCE. They were essential in the past and remain essential now and in the future, notably respect for sovereignty, the inviolability of borders, and territorial integrity. These principles have been adopted by and applied to all OSCE participating states, and we must remain resolved. Resolved in our belief that the principled rules-based order remains the essential foundation for peace and security in Europe and beyond. Resolved in our demand for compliance with the Helsinki Principles, in letter and spirit, by those in flagrant violation of these principles. And resolved in our commitment to continue providing support to those who are vulnerable, including national minorities, as well as Crimean Tatars and Roma. We will continue to support Ukraine and its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. And we stand ready to offer all the tools we have in the OSCE to help build peace and security. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. We continue with the speakers on my list, and the next speaker is the distinguished representative of the United States of America, U.S. Secretary of State, His Excellency Antony Blinken.
Thank you, President Zelensky.
and all the representatives of Ukraine's government for the opportunity to participate in today's summit. To the Ukrainian people, I know it's a day early, but on behalf of all Americans, happy Independence Day. Respect for Ukraine's independence is at the core of the Crimea Platform, as is the principle that every nation's sovereignty and territorial integrity must be respected, and no country should be able to redraw another's borders by force. These principles are also at the heart of the United Nations Charter and the broader rules-based international order, which has underwritten decades of greater peace and prosperity for people around the globe. When that order is undermined anywhere, it's a threat to people everywhere. And governments willing to flout these principles in one place rarely stop there. That's what Russia's actions in Ukraine teach us. Indeed, in Crimea, we see the blueprint for much of President Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine on February 24th. We see it in the unelected puppets that the Kremlin is installing in Ukrainian cities it seizes to try to impose Moscow's policies, just like it did in Crimea. We see it in the sham referenda the Kremlin is organizing in regions it controls to try to legitimize its occupation, just like it did in Crimea. And we see it in the atrocities and repression by Russian forces in the territories that they besiege and control, like the extrajudicial executions, forced disappearances, torture, rape, and filtration operations that the world witnessed in Bucha and Irpin, some of which we saw and still see being perpetrated by Russian forces in Crimea. This last point is crucial. The installment of proxies and sham referenda may be in Crimea's past, but human rights abuses are an everyday reality in Crimea's present, such as the more than 40 prosecutions in Crimea documented by the United Nations between February and May of this year, targeting people who criticized the Kremlin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. One of those found guilty was a 70-year-old woman. Her crime was carrying flowers and a handmade sign that said, "No to war," to a monument of the famous Ukrainian poet, Taras Shevchenko. And such as the unrelenting crackdown of Crimea's minority ethnic and religious groups, like the recent sentencing of Crimean Tatar human rights activist Riza Isakov to 19 years in prison. All are reasons why this summit and the Crimea Platform are so important. We must continue to insist that Crimea is Ukraine, just as Donetsk and Luhansk are Ukraine, just as every other part of the country is Ukraine. That was our position in 2014. It's our position in 2022. We must keep raising the costs and international pressure on President Putin and his enablers until the rights of the Ukrainian people and their sovereign country are respected. And we must continue to provide humanitarian, security, and diplomatic support for Ukrainians bravely defending their rights, as the United States has done and will continue to do. Not only for the people of Ukraine, but because when we stand up for these principles, rather than stand by, we help make people of all nations safer and more secure. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker on my list is Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Albania, Her Excellency, Madam Olta Gjachka.
Thank you dearly, Minister Kuleba, President Zelensky, distinguished representatives of the Ukrainian government, distinguished guests. 1 year ago, representatives from our countries gathered in Kyiv for the launch of the Crimea Platform. 1 year on, the number of participants as well as the level of representation from countries and organizations has grown. It is, I believe, not just a clear statement of support for Ukraine and unequivocal condemnation of Russia's illegal aggression against an innocent country, but also a clear recognition of the fact that it all began with the illegal occupation of Crimea in 2014. The current war, a senseless criminal war that has caused such suffering and destruction, has its roots in the occupation of Crimea and in the fact that at the same time, the world unfortunately failed to react properly to what was a blatant violation of international law, of the Charter of the United Nations, and by extension, of the whole rules-based order. The world's reaction was meek, and the price Russia paid for its illegal action was such that instead of serving as deterrence, served merely as encouragement for the current war. We have all seen over the past 6 months horrible scenes of tragedy and destruction unfold in front of our eyes. Bucha, Mariupol, and countless other places that we would have been hard-pressed to locate on a map until a few months ago have now become household names for the most tragic of reasons. The well-documented stories of the so-called filtration camps, of the forced resettlements of Ukrainian citizens in Russia, of the repressive measures against Ukrainian and Crimean Tatars, as well as the aggressive Russification efforts throughout the occupied areas, from the Donbass to Kherson to Zaporizhzhia, all carry in them echoes of a time in the history of Europe that we had hoped would have never repeated itself. Not only did this brutal war of aggression started with the occupation of Crimea in 2014, but the occupied Ukrainian peninsula and its territorial waters were used as a base for further occupation of Ukrainian regions. At the same time, Russian repressive measures in Crimea against Ukrainian and Crimean Tatar activists have become harsher in an attempt of cultural and political erasure of Ukrainian and Crimean Tatar communities, including aggressive Russification of and resettlement of civilian populations in order to change the demographic composition of Crimea. For us in Albania, for us in the Western Balkans, these crimes and these images hit a very raw nerve. Before Russia's illegal aggression against Ukraine, the Western Balkans were the scene of the last war in Europe. This is part of the reason why Albania has supported Ukraine and its heroic resistance to aggression to the best of its abilities, by being one of the first countries to send ammunition to Ukraine, by contributing at the Donors Conference, by adopting the necessary legal framework that allows us to welcome in our country Ukrainians fleeing the war, by aligning fully with all EU sanctions against Russia, and by doing our utmost at the Security Council, at the UN Security Council, as co-pen holders with our US allies to support Ukraine diplomatically and isolate Russia. But there is another reason too, perhaps even more important, why Albania supports Ukraine and why we believe every country that believes in the international law, that believes in the UN Charter, in the rules-based order, must support Ukraine until the liberation of all the occupied territories, the restoration of its sovereignty over all temporarily occupied territories, and the complete withdrawal of Russian forces from every part of the internationally recognized territory of Ukraine, because not doing so would endanger the entire international rules-based order, the entire security architecture upon which we all rely for peace and stability in the world, and would encourage every country and authoritarian leader in the world to embark upon the same course of action. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. We appreciate your intervention, and I'm pleased to give the floor to Minister of Foreign Affairs of Andorra, Her Excellency, Madam Maria Ubach-Font.
Mr. Prime Minister, Minister Kuleva, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of Andorra, allow me to thank President Zelensky for the invitation to participate in the second summit of the International Crimea Platform on the eve of the 31st anniversary of the independence of Ukraine. At the backdrop of the current military attacks to Ukraine, the Principality of Andorra has decided to join the International Crimea Platform as a sign of its commitment towards the respect for the international law and the rules-based international order that are the foundations of multilateralism and the basis for trust, cooperation, and dialogue among the states. The current challenges and threats clearly outline that security, human rights, and justice are bound together. In this context, we support the practical and cross-cutting approach of the International Crimea Platform in its actions and initiatives aimed at the de-occupation and stability, as well as upholding the rule of law, the respect and promotion of human rights, and the humanitarian international law. To this end, Andorra welcomes and endorses the joint declaration of the International Crimea Platform. In this vein, Andorra condemns Russia's illegal annexation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sebastopol on 18 March 2014, and the continued Russia's aggression against Ukraine that remains a serious threat to security and stability in Europe. The independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its international recognized borders need to be respected. In those hard times, Andorra expresses its full solidarity with the people and the government of Ukraine. Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine last February, Andorra, a country of 80,000 inhabitants, hosts almost 300 refugees from Ukraine fleeing the horror of war and provides them resident permit, access to education, social insurance, and access to the labor market. On the other hand, the government of Andorra decided to join the European Union policy on sanctions against Russia and Belarus. To this end, the Parliament of Andorra adopted a law on March 3rd on application of international sanctions, as the concept of sanctions and its subsequent implementation did not exist in the Andorran legal framework. The Andorran government calls to a return to the diplomatic path. Dialogue must prevail. It is our common responsibility to put an end to the suffering of the civil population and to work together for a sustainable peace, security, development, and well-being in the European continent. Thank you for your attention.
Minister, thank you for joining the Crimea Platform and for all the support that you have extended to the people of Ukraine since February 24th. I'm now giving the floor to Federal Minister for European and Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Austria, His Excellency Mr. Alexander Schallenberg.
Thank you very much, dear President Zelensky, dear Chairman Stefanchuk, dear Prime Minister Smihal, and Foreign Minister Kuleba, my dear friend Mitro, ladies and gentlemen. A year ago in Kiev at the first Crimea Platform Summit, I called the legal annexation of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol the most disturbing attempt in recent history to redraw borders in Europe. At that time, we didn't yet fully realize that this was only the tip of the iceberg of Russia's destructive and aggressive plans towards Ukraine. Tomorrow, we will mark 6 months since Russia has started the war against Ukraine. 6 months of Russia trying to redraw borders using tanks and rockets. World War. 6 months of atrocities and war crimes. The pictures of Bucha and other towns will forever be engraved in our collective memory. There can be no impunity for such crimes. 6 months of families torn apart, losing their homes and their livelihoods. For 181 days, Russia has mocked international law and our security order. It has weaponized energy and food supplies, driving millions of people into poverty and starvation. But for 181 days, we have also seen the courage and resolve of the Ukrainian people, fighting for their independence, their sovereignty, and the right to self-determination. The unity of the European Union adopting together the most far-reaching sanctions regime ever imposed against any third country, making clear that might does not make right. The solidarity in European and other countries in welcoming displaced Ukrainians, and the unprecedented scope of humanitarian, budgetary, and military support to Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, the legal annexation of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol is the original sin of Russia's war against Ukraine. It lies at the core of Russia's turn from the rule of law to the law of the jungle. And we firmly reject the militarization of Crimea and its implication for the security and stability in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. The violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms, such as forced conscription into the Russian army, the repressions against ethnic and religious minorities, including the Crimean Tatars. Looking ahead to Ukrainians' Independence Day tomorrow, I assure you that Austria will continue to stand firmly by the side of Ukrainian people. We will continue to support Ukraine as an independent, free, democratic, and prosperous part of the European family. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear friend. Thank you, Alexander. And now the floor goes to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cyprus, His Excellency, Mr. Ioannis Kassoulidis.
Dear Minister Kuleba, dear members of the Ukrainian government, Your Excellencies, dear friends, I'm greatly honored to address the summit on behalf of President Anastasiadis, and particularly pleased that I have the opportunity to reaffirm Cyprus's principled stance, as well as our unwavering commitment to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. The Republic of Cyprus, itself the victim of the illegal Turkish invasion and occupation since 1974, is a strong proponent of international law principles, including the inviolability of borders, condemning the threat or use of force. These serve as the cornerstone of the rules-based international order and the foundation of peace, according to the UN Charter as established by the Helsinki Final Act, and must be respected by all. In this regard, we also support Ukraine's just claim to restore the territory occupied by Russia since 2014, and as a result of the ongoing war, and we condemn annexation. Your Excellencies, dear friends, Cyprus took a clear stance in 2014, condemning Russia's illegal annexation of the autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sebastopol. We did not hesitate to take a similarly responsible stance this year further to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Our strong resolve to address actions challenging the international order and security has been evident by our determined approach to impose, collectively as EU member states, restrictive measures against Russia. Both in 2014 and in 2022, our decisions were not taken lightheartedly, but with full awareness of their impact on our own national economies. The determination and unity shown at international level is one that offers hope for the future, in particular as regards countering actions by countries defying international law. President Zelensky, dear Ukrainians, I assure you that the government and the people of Cyprus stand with the government and the people of Ukraine at these difficult times, and that we will continue offering our support so that peace and stability may prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And the next speaker on my list is Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Norway, Her Excellency Anniken Huitfeldt.
Excellencies, colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to address the Crimean Platform Summit. What happened in Crimea 8 years ago was a warning of what was to come. It showed Russia's willingness to use force against a peaceful neighbor. It demonstrated the Putin regime's disregard for international law. It challenged the European security architecture. For the last 6 months, we have witnessed the full brutal scope of Russia's intentions. Russia's war against a peaceful neighbor is shocking. Norway strongly condemns Russia's aggression against Ukraine. We call on Russia to end the war and pull back its troops from Ukraine's territory. This includes territory waters. Russia's human rights abuses in Crimea was also a warning. It was an example of what happens in an area where Russia takes control with force. We have seen countless examples of this since February. The stories from Bucha, Irpin, Mariupol, and other places have made a lasting impression on all of us. They remind us of what the Ukrainian people is bravely fighting for and what they are up against. Russia has underestimated the ability and willingness of the Ukrainian people to defend their country and their freedom. I think we are all deeply impressed by the resilience of the Ukrainian people, by its military and political leadership in the face of a stronger enemy. Russia has also underestimated the unity and resolve in Europe and across the Atlantic. The war has put us to the test. So far, European countries and our partners have met this challenge with unity. The message from today's summit is that our resolve remains strong. Norway will keep to this, contributing to this unity. In face of the Russian aggression, we have provided substantial support. The Prime Minister announced a significant increase in this support when he visited Kyiv last month. We also remained aligned with the EU sanctions against Russia. We'll do what we can to uphold the pressure on Russia. We will keep demanding that Russia ends its war and its occupation of Ukrainian territory, including Crimea, because Crimea is Ukraine. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anniken. The next speaker on my list is Minister of the National Defense of the Portuguese Republic, Her Excellency, Madam Helena Carreiras. Madam Minister, yes, turn on the sound. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear Prime Minister of Ukraine, dear friends, on behalf of the Portuguese government, I'm honored to join you today to convey a clear signal of Portugal's unwavering commitment to Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty, and by extension, to the primacy of international law. On February 24th, the world was painfully reminded of how illegal and unresolved territorial occupations can serve as a springboard to further conflicts. Indeed, Crimea served as one of the starting points for the Russian unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. What happened in 2014 is an example of how these situations can bring around further harm and destructions for those involved, including the escalating deterioration of human rights standards on the ground. The war of aggression that we have witnessed for the past 6 months is not only a blatant attack on Ukraine's territorial integrity, but it also shook the foundations of our continent's security architecture. In parallel, the previous occupation of the peninsula contributed to the blockage of maritime communications in the Sea of Azov and in the Black Sea, which led to the suspension of exports of Ukrainian agricultural products, with its consequences being felt all around the world. This series of aggressions cannot be tolerated. From the earliest days of the illegal annexation of Crimea by Russia, Portugal has been a part of every major multilateral effort to emphasize the importance of internationally recognized borders, be that through the United Nations, the European Union, or NATO. That support has not only remained steadfast, but also increased since the start of the most recent offensive, which now encompasses the entire Ukrainian territory. As expressed during the visit of our Prime Minister to Kyiv on May 21st, we stand by the Ukrainian government and people in providing political support in every multilateral fora, like the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. We have distributed military equipment, financial and humanitarian aid, and welcomed over 50,000 Ukrainian refugees thus far. We remain ready to provide further assistance for as long as it takes and support the national reconstruction effort that is set to follow. We also actively encourage initiatives such as the recent grain agreement reached under UN mediation as a way to bring back the focus to the main tenets of a rules-based international order. However, any further attempts to occupy Ukrainian territory will be perceived as additional violations of international law and need to be quickly opposed. That is why multilateral venues such as the International Crimean Platform remain paramount in highlighting the continuing occupation of the Ukrainian territory. As long as the current context endures, it will remain a direct challenge to international security and to us all. Until international order is restored, Portugal stands together with Ukraine in the effort to restore the country's full sovereignty and integrity. I am certain Ukrainians can continue to rely on the strength of international solidarity while inspiring us with the resolve of their people and their leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for joining us. I would like now to welcome Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Bulgaria, His Excellency, Mr. Nikolai Milkov.
Thank you very much. Dear Prime Minister, dear Chairman of the Rada, dear Minister Kuleba, Excellencies, I would like at the outset to thank our Ukrainian hosts for organizing today's second summit of the International Crimean Platform, aiming at reconfirming the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol as integral parts of Ukraine. Against the background of the unacceptable and unjustified war that Russia has launched, today we express our resolute support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Our common call is not only focused on restoring Ukraine's territorial integrity, it is about safeguarding the rules-based international order, about reaffirming the strength of the law rather than the law of the strength. Today, we are here to convey a strong message that each country and international actor should abide by their international commitments, including the full respect for the principles of the international law. The Russian war against Ukraine has profoundly reshuffled the security environment in Europe. The militarization of Crimea and its use for launching attacks on Ukraine has a heavy negative impact on the security situation in the wide Black Sea region. Not only does it escalate the frozen conflicts in the area, but also threatens the security of the supply routes, the ecology and biodiversity in the Black Sea as well. Continuing the comprehensive and multifaceted support in solidarity with Ukraine today is more essential than ever. Allow me to underline the resolve of Bulgaria as a friend and partner with a significant historical community in this country to continue to help Ukraine and its people with all proper means, as decided by the Bulgarian parliament. I would like to point out that Bulgaria has been determined to provide consistent and focused support to Ukraine in areas where our assistance would be effective and efficient. Bulgaria supports and will keep its commitments to repair and maintain Ukrainian military equipment at Bulgarian military factories. Another element of Bulgaria's practical support to Ukraine is our contribution as a lead nation of the NATO's Medical Rehabilitation Trust Fund. Objectives of the Trust Fund include to give injured Ukrainian military personnel access to appropriate rehabilitation services, as well as to assist capacity building in Ukraine to deliver such services, including by equipping of Ukrainian medical facilities and by providing vocational training for medical specialists. Up to now, 197 members of the Ukrainian Armed Forces have received medical services and rehabilitation in the healthcare facilities of the Bulgarian Military Medical Academy. As the operation of the Trust Fund has been extended until 2023, Bulgaria is actively planning and looking forward to accommodating further numbers of Ukrainian soldiers. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has caused enormous destruction and human suffering. Bulgaria is firmly committed to continue its ongoing support for Ukrainian refugees in our country, as well as the provision of humanitarian aid to help most vulnerable civilians affected by the war. We have provided temporary protection to more than 120,000 Ukrainian refugees. They were given fast access to shelter, education, healthcare, and labor market. We welcome the initiative of the Solidarity Lanes, EU, Ukraine, and stay ready to contribute to it. It is our belief that the broadest possible international efforts are needed to put an end to the war and to open the way for peace, for post-war recovery and reconstruction. Ukrainian people deserve secure, stable, and prosperous European future. Before I conclude my intervention, allow me to congratulate our Ukrainian hosts with the status their country achieved towards EU membership. Ukraine is a member of our family of free and democratic nations, and we remain steadfast in our support for Ukraine's freedom and independence, upholding its European path. On the occasion of Ukraine's Independence Day, let me congratulate the Ukrainian people and express our utmost respect for their resilience in these hard days when defending their country's independence. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. The next speaker on my list is State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary, His Excellency Mr. Peter Staraj. Please, sir.
Minister Kuleba, Excellencies, dear colleagues. First of all, I'd like to underline that Hungary continues to support and stand for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. Unfortunately, since our last meeting in the format of the International Crimea Platform in 2021, circumstances have dramatically changed, but our commitment to Ukraine remains undiminished. And in accordance with our EU and NATO allies, we condemn Russia's military aggression against Ukraine. As a neighboring country, we are deeply concerned about the situation in our neighborhood and agree that war cannot be a solution to any kind of dispute. We are also concerned about the fate of national minority communities. Hungary is interested in a peaceful resolution of the conflict as soon as possible. We are involved in numerous international efforts to restore peace beyond political statements. We are also helping with real initiatives. In this spirit, we have launched one of the largest humanitarian relief operations in the history of Hungary. The Hungarian government is investing significant resources to improve the situation of people living in Ukraine through regular aid deliveries and works closely with Hungarian Interchurch Aid organization to deliver food, hygiene, and childcare supplies. Besides humanitarian aid, we are continuously taking care of the refugees arriving in Hungary. Today, I can tell you that it's about 20,000 people arriving on a daily basis. The Hungarian government has implemented measures to facilitate the employment of those people fleeing from Ukraine who intend to settle down in Hungary. We are also prepared to continue to provide all the assistance we can. Therefore, Ukraine and the Ukrainian people can continue to count on our country, and in alleviating the humanitarian disaster caused by the war, we are ready to continue our cooperation. We have also offered help to facilitate the grain export of Ukraine, which is a strategic issue. Together with our Ukrainian partners, we have reviewed the necessary steps to ensure that bilateral trade can proceed uninterrupted. Moreover, in accordance with our long-standing support for Ukraine's European integration, we strongly supported the granting of the candidate status for your country. The path to the European Union membership is full of challenges. However, Ukraine can continue to count on our support. Hungary also intends to provide significant resources to the post-war reconstruction. And on the 5th of May, at the Warsaw Pledging Conference, Hungary offered Ukraine a package of 5 elements of assistance worth 37 million euros. So this is first to participate in the reconstruction of a destroyed Ukrainian school and hospital on land designated by the Ukrainian authorities, to provide 1,000 scholarships at Hungarian universities for students from Ukraine under the Stipendium Hungaricum scholarship scheme. Third, to supply mobile homes for internally displaced persons in the western part of Ukraine, in Transcarpathia. And fourth, to provide care for injured Ukrainian soldiers in our hospitals without any limitation in numbers, and medical care for 130 children, Ukrainian children in Hungary. And I can also tell you that there are about 4,000 Ukrainian children spending their holiday this year in Hungary. Finally, I'd like to close my remarks. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all peace as soon as possible. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Foreign Minister of the Republic of Malta, His Excellency Jan Borg, was supposed to join us. For technical reasons, it doesn't seem to be possible, but he authorized his ambassador, Mr. John De Bono, to deliver his address to the participants of the summit. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, Minister of Foreign Affairs and colleagues, 8 years from the illegal annexation of Crimea and Sevastopol by the Russian Federation, Malta joins other participants in this platform to reiterate the steadfast commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders, also extending to its territorial waters. We deem the International Crimea Platform as a clear signal of our commitment to these values and the restoration of Ukraine's full control over its territory. Malta also calls on Russia to immediately reverse repressive measures in Crimea and Sevastopol, which curtail the enjoyment of human rights and undermine security. Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine marked a significant shift in the global order, while the Ukrainian people experience immeasurable suffering. To this end, Malta adds its voice to the condemnation of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and Russia's use of the illegally annexed Crimean Peninsula in its ongoing war. These acts present an attack on a sovereign state and also an attack on the guiding principles of the United Nations and international law that we uphold. Malta remains deeply concerned about the atrocities against civilians and Ukrainian prisoners of war, and of the continued indiscriminate and illegal shelling of Ukraine civilians and civilian infrastructures. We condemn such inhumane acts and will continue to back efforts for the perpetrators of such crimes to be brought to justice, while sending a clear message that impunity will not go unanswered. Together with our European and like-minded partners, we will support measures to ensure accountability for violations of human rights and international humanitarian law committed during the Russian aggression in Ukraine. As a neutral country, Malta actively pursues peace as one of its key vocations in international fora. We will not stand idle in the face of war or aggression on Ukraine and its people. In this spirit, Malta reiterates its support for the action being taken in response to Russia's aggression, while echoing the call made by the participants of this platform on Russia to ensure an immediate and unconditional withdrawal of all its forces from within the internationally recognized borders of the Ukrainian territory. I wish to conclude by reaffirming that Malta stands in solidarity with Ukraine and that we profoundly value the courage shown by the Ukrainian people. Our position remains unchanged. You do not stand alone in your hour of need. I thank you. Slava Ukraina.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. We had one more country that we tried to connect today. It was Ghana. Unfortunately, for technical reasons, this connection doesn't seem to be feasible. However, I have an official confirmation that Ghana wants to be considered as the country that took part in this summit and joined the Crimea Summit Declaration, which I'm happy to announce. This exhausts the list of international speakers, and I would like to thank all countries and international organizations who have joined us today. However, this does not mean the end of our summit. We still have a couple of things to do. And first of all, I would like to offer you a short video explaining to you what Ukraine has done and is doing for Crimea. Since the occupation, we have never laid our hands down. We've been making steps to bring Crimea back, and we reinforced after the second summit. In the meantime, please pay attention to your screens to see what has been done since the first summit of the International Crimea Platform.
In the focus of the world and on the agenda, in a year since the first summit of the Crimea Platform, Ukraine as a state has moved mountains in the Crimea issue.
Був ухвалений фундаментальний закон про корінні народи України. Цим законом визначаються права корінних народів та представницькі органи корінних народів. Наша ж держава рідна для народів, чиї національні культури і прагнення формувались в Криму.
And the legislative changes haven't stopped here. The law on protection of political prisoners, signed by the president, became another result of the Crimea Platform.
Це той закон, про який постійно говорили, в тому числі і родичі наших полонених, і правозахисники, і адвокати, що Україні був потрібен закон, який стане основою для того, щоб, умовно кажучи, ми могли і надавати і грошову допомогу, і правову допомогу, медичну, соціальну нашим громадянам, і коли вони знаходяться так у ув'язненні, і коли вони вже звільняються.
The Crimea Platform operates in different dimensions: parliamentary, for legislative changes, governmental, for interstate cooperation, and expert.
попри те, що ми маємо повномасштабну агресію, ми проведемо парламентський саміт 24 жовтня в Хорватії. Ми сформували контактну мережу Кримської платформи. Це кожна країна або кожна організація, яка приєдналася до декларації Кримської платформи, таким чином засвідчивши, що вона є частиною цього формату. Відповідно до пріоритетів ми формували дайджест. Ми постійно ділилися інформацією, будь-що, коли відбувалось в Криму, ми відразу мали прямий контакт з міністерствами, таким чином мотивуючи їх реакцію, їх заяви, тобто все те, що можна називати політикою невизнання.
Ми напрацьовуємо рішення по амністії, ілюстрації, праву власності, питанням колабораціонізму на окупованих територіях.
Також одним з конкретних результатів стане щорічна безпекова конференція.
Якщо говорити про міжнародний трек, то продовжується наша юридична боротьба з Російською Федерацією у міжнародних судах. Це і міждержавні справи стосовно порушень Російською Федерацією Європейської конвенції з прав людини в Європейському суді, з прав людини у Страсбурзі. Це і далі робота активна в Міжнародному суді ООН.
Коли ми працюємо для звільнення півострову, ми боремось і за відновлення територіальної цілісності нашої держави, і за повернення дому корінним народам України. Я вірю, що так і буде.
Since the first inaugural summit of the Crimea Platform, Ukraine has emphasized the importance of parliamentary diplomacy and the parliamentary track of the Crimea Platform. Therefore, it gives me particular pleasure to now give the floor to Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk, Chairman of the Верховна Рада of Ukraine. Пане голово, будь ласка.
Дякую. Speaker, please. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, presidents, prime ministers, ministers of foreign affairs, your excellencies, dear friends. The second summit was summoned on the initiative of President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. It's coming to its end, but at the same time, it is opening some new doors for the widespread consolidated international action aimed at protection of fundamental rights, freedoms, interests of the Ukrainian people in the annexed Crimea, and it's coming back to its natural environment in Ukraine. This discussion proves again that the Crimean issue still claims one of the priority lines in the international agenda. So this is about compliance with the international law and stability and peace in interstate relations. Our staunch position in the Crimean issue has to demonstrate the aggressor that whatever their assertions and their claims and attempts, the reaction is going to be rapid, powerful, and severe. This is the example of heroic fight of a big, freedom-loving people for independence, security, and freedom. A peasant aggressor delays with the reaction and trying to put up with the appetites, just make them bigger and lead to irreparable losses, human lives, territories, time, effort, and this is wasting a lot of time and effort that could have been used for solving the issues. As a result of that, with a full-scale war, the temporarily occupied Crimea served as a bridgehead to invade Kherson region, and also acted as a logistical hub for the aviation raids and missile impact and bombardments covering practically all the territory of Ukraine. But feel the difference, please. Unlike the Russian Federation that turned the Crimea into an armed, heavily armed stronghold of their military ambition, we created this platform, practical steps to protect our citizens, restore historical justice, and bring the world back to normal. The Parliament has always been and will always stay the strategic venue to adopt key legislative solutions for legal support of our citizens, assistance to them, consultation with the international community to counteract the aggressor. You heard from our President Volodymyr Zelensky that the Parliament adopted the law on the 1st of July last year on the indigenous peoples of Ukraine. In addition to that, we adopted a package of acts making void the laws on the free economic zone that was very much in the way of implementation of their rights, and the final stroke was delivered by the President with his signature. Social and legal protection of the people who are deprived of their freedom because of the armed aggression against Ukraine, and there was an important resolution of the Parliament on protection of the Crimean Diocese of the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. Now we are working on a whole set of other statutes to reassure and to reinforce support on national communities, the status of the Crimean people. In the nearest future, we'll have a special hearing dedicated to the strategy of the occupation and reintegration of the Crimea. I would like to assure you that the Parliament of Ukraine are ready to provide for the society, President and the government support for all the activities aimed at protection of the Ukrainian citizens in the Crimea suffering because of the annexation, occupation, for reconstruction of the Crimea after the deoccupation, to attract investors and donors. So the key role of the Parliament is played in livelihood for the we created the inter-faction group called Crimea Platform, and at the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO and the parliaments of Latvia and Lithuania, there are similar caucuses, and we would like to call upon all the fellow parliaments to do the same, to coordinate the efforts of non-recognition of the annexation, parliamentary oversight, and also reconciling positions and steps for the international organizations and the international fora and conferences. With my great pleasure, I announce today the first parliamentary summit of the International Crimean Platform that will take place at the end of October, provisional on the 24th, 25th of October in Croatia, in Zagreb. With the Croatian party, our parliament and Parliament Croatia co-found this and add a parliamentary dimension to the Crimean Platform. I'm looking forward to this parliamentary summit of the Crimean Platform, and I'd like to thank all the participants of this summit for their continuous support of Ukrainians during such hard times. The Crimea will come back to Ukraine and the civilized world, and Ukraine will come to the Crimea with the civilized world.
And now,
glory be to Ukraine,
I would
glory be
like
to
propose
heroes.
to offer to your attention a short video with a very simple and yet meaningful title: "The Resistance to Occupation."
Despite repression and threats, despite lawlessness, resistance on the peninsula never stopped.
Мене звати Олександр Кольченко. Я кримчанин, колишній політв'язень Кремля, один з багатьох інших. 24 лютого цього року із повномасштабним вторгненням Росії в Україну всі маски були скинуті. І як і тоді, так і цього разу я одразу доєднався до спротиву, бо знав, що таке сучасна Росія.
Despite repression and threats, 25-year-old Vasil escaped from Crimea and joined the armed forces of Ukraine.
Я дуже швидко обучаюсь, та в мене дуже високий рівень мотивації. Я готовий тренуватись, обучатись та з кожним днем ставати краще.
For 8 years, Vasil has been part to the Ukrainian cultural resistance in the occupied peninsula.
Вони прекрасно знали мою позицію, тому що я двічі був на допиті в Сакській окупаційній поліції. Стали там лякати тим, що мобілізують мене в армію РФ, чи там якось фізично будуть намагатися мене ліквідувати. Я прекрасно розумів, що там в будь-який момент за мною можуть прийти. І у мене з 24 лютого був зібраний рюкзак, щоб якщо там стук в двері, я міг його схопити та вистрибнути через балкон.
He remembers clearly who he used to be before the war.
Конечно, помню. Очень хорошо помню. Если даже сам забываю, то дети напоминают.
But he remembers much better why he took the arms. Issa Akayev, a civil engineer by profession, since 2014 fights against the occupants as the head of the volunteer unit Crim.
Как для мусульманина, в первую очередь, так и как для крымского татарина, я понимал, что мы должны сопротивляться, это наша прямая обязанность. Мы должны защищать свою землю, свою религию, свою честь, свою жизнь.
While some people take up arms, others, those staying in Crimea, under constant surveillance by the occupation intelligence service, still join the resistance, risking their own freedom and lives as well.
Це не просто і не тільки соціальна активність, пости, поодинокі марші, мітинги, протести. Це дуже такі побутові речі, якими люди намагались демонструвати свій опір. Наприклад, салюти в новорічну ніч не за російським часом, а за київським часом. Манікюр дівчата робили в жовто-блакитний. Наприклад, серветки на весіллях, на днях народженнях, на яких сімейних зібраннях жовто-блакитні разом з кульками. І таких ознак опору їх дуже багато.
Накладывают обычно огромные штрафы. К штрафам присоединяется весь практически народ. Собирают деньги для того, чтобы выплатить этот штраф, но собирают это 10-рублевыми монетами. И когда приносят мешками, в соответствии с законом, ваши же деньги, по 15-16 килограмм мешками приносят, чтобы выразить свое презрение к оккупанту.
Зараз в Криму сотні тисяч людей, які не підкорилися російській окупації, які не приймають її, залишаються відданими українській державі. Вони живуть великими очікуваннями і надіями. І кожний такий хоча б малесенький переможний крок Збройних сил України збільшує їхні надії, їхні очікування.
У мене мрія одна. Я хочу попити каву зі своїми батьками в своєму будинку, в якому я зростала в Керчі, який мої батьки будували більше 10 років.
Вот мы недавно ехали с командировки с моим товарищем вдвоем. Он смотрел на все, что нас окружает, и говорил: брат, говорит, вот я на это все смотрю и думаю, неужели, говорит, никогда в жизни я это все им не отдам.
Distinguished participants of the summit, dear friends, it was my honor to moderate this summit that brought together 60 delegations. Now it's time to wrap up and sum up. Imagine that Crimea was under Ukraine's control and Russia had never occupied it. We would have avoided many tragedies
and problems. This is why the restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity and the return of Crimea under Ukraine's control remains the most effective way to guarantee European and global security. The International Crimea Platform is the only existing international fora aimed at achieving this result by diplomatic and political means. Today's broad involvement of states and international organizations proves that everyone understands the danger and what is at stake. The deoccupation of Crimea will bring a powerful warning to other dictators and revanchists around the globe. Do not break the rules of peaceful coexistence of peoples, because if you do, you will get a united and tough response from the world, and ultimately, you will lose, because the consequences of such an adventure will be unprecedented for your state and your people. It is extremely important for the whole world to send this message together, to unite efforts to achieve this, and this is exactly what we have done today. Today, our Crimea Platform family has become stronger, larger, and broader geographically. We welcome new countries and international organizations that have joined us, that decided to share our common principles and struggle for the right cause. I'm deeply grateful to each and every of you. We are united by the same values of respect for each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, in respect for everyone's choice of their path. I have no doubts that the Crimea Platform will continue to grow and act as a coalition of the willing. Today's meeting marks the beginning of a series of relevant international activities. We plan to hold at least 2 high-level events by the end of 2022. First, the Parliamentary Summit of the Crimea Platform in Zagreb, already mentioned by the Speaker of the Parliament. It will officially inaugurate the platform's parliamentary track, and we are grateful to our Croatian friends for supporting our initiative and demonstrating hospitality. And the second event will be the Black Sea Security Conference at the level of foreign and defense ministers to discuss the impact of the Russian aggression on the Black Sea security, navigation in the region, world food and energy security. And of course, the third element will be the follow-up to the ideas on economic recovery of Crimea represented by today by the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal. We intend to elaborate on this topic at the upcoming conference in Berlin, mentioned in the opening remarks of Chancellor Scholz. I invite all today's participants of the summit to take an active part in these events and contribute to their success. We count on you to support our common goal, the deoccupation of the entire territory of Ukraine, including the deoccupation of Crimea. In the meantime, I am pleased and honored to announce the approval of the joint statement of the International Crimea Platform, and now this summit is adjourned. Thank you. Of applause.